Hello, this is Retro Zucchini 1. How's everybody doing today? Right now it's midnight. I'm having some issues staying asleep. I did sleep for about 3, 4 hours, but then I cannot stay asleep. Yes, so I am online for creating a broadcast now. Okay,
From
going
a
to
distant land
start
in
the
the
video
east,
game.
from across the sea, he shall appear.
Adjusting the volume.
He does not know of the strength.
I'm going to get the game started. So it looks like they have maybe a few disclaimers at the beginning of this Shenmue III video game installment. Shibuya, that must be the coin. Uh, Shibuya coin or something. I think there's like a bit, some kind of currency they're referencing there. And I've spoken about this S being different in for Shenmue 3. Okay. I have a condition called GERD. It's like an acid reflux condition. And I've had I'm just going to be personally honest here with everybody.
From a distant land in the east, from across
I've
the
had
sea,
some
he
health
shall appear.
problems. And I don't believe they're really some of these health problems.
Hidden within him.
Let me say it in like bland, plain, blunt English, whatever. A lot of the health problems that I'm having today, or all of them, it's like I can link this back to the year 1995, and I just know spiritually, because I have the memories of the knowledge of what this teacher decided to do with that degree to compensate his own family and not give the honor to me, who rightfully earned this honor from having this true talent, because my talent is what's in the Sega Dreamcast. The Sega Dreamcast, Ryuzuki, is like my full avatar in some ways. Some really major ways, it's like my real avatar, this Ryuzuki guy. And for the Sega Dreamcast, that's like my avatar. If you've ever watched, what is that movie called? Avatar, or the one with Sully. Those blue looking alien guys. I don't know what they're. I think it's called Avatar, or I guess I forgot. It's the one with Sully. Like the guy Sully, he's like a military guy, but he can't walk or whatever. Always had health problems. See, this is what I'm trying to say. That I have something called GERD, like acid reflux disease or something. It's an acid reflux problem. But a lot of the health problems I have, or all of them, I really do believe I have more than every legal right and truthful right to put the blame on what this teacher decided to do. But I don't know who held the cards and who deemed that right. Because that's the problem I have every day in my life. And I'm not just, anybody in the world. I mean, I know that in my heart, I made this game also for Japan. I did this, and when I was age 14, I was thinking about that nation called Japan. The island nation to the east. And I'm here in North America at the time. So I've got to take this GERD medicine right now. I can't even talk, but I'm going to talk all about, let me explain this. So right now I'm going to take this medication. It's called omeprazole. It's like taking the acid from what happens is GERD comes up from my stomach, it goes up my throat, my chest, it goes up to my chest, it gives me heartburn first, and then it even goes up to my throat, and, I don't want it to turn into Barrett's esophagus. It's like a lot of problems that I've been having with this GERD, and, I've had some problems, and then I've got this girl in my history that was present when I had this, colonoscopy done in the year 2002. When I did these martial arts for Shenmue, the Sega Dreamcast, that Sarah Bach girl was in the class, and she was really insulted and offended by, I didn't realize in 2002 when I was starting to know her, I thought that was my girlfriend. No. But she was with me in a car. She started chewing all this bubble gum, like shitloads of bubble gum, big globs of it. And then she had some words with this Dr. Stephen Watts at the Henry Ford Health System. And he showed me something real vaguely for a brief moment. And I don't know if that went inside my body. It's like, it looked like a melted, liquefied form of what Sarah had. It's like I seen her talking to this Dr. Watts guy before the colonoscopy. I remember this, but I'm thinking there's a brief moment when I woke up before the colonoscopy, and I remember maybe the doctor wanted me to wake up, so he didn't give me enough anesthesia or something. He knew how to do that. Maybe he kind of wanted me maybe to know that girl's not a good person. That Sarah Bach. He showed me a jar form, liquefied, and this is really the truth here. Looked like this bubble gum or some kind of crack, some bubble gum. All this, she was chewing this in this Windstar, Ford Windstar. My mom was driving around us in, and she was chewing like a lot of that, and it's like in a big medical, like a volumized container. And that was supposed to, I believe the words were, this is what she wanted you to go inside you, but I mean, and I think that might have been the words, because he showed it to me, and then it's like, he said, we didn't give you enough anesthesia, we're gonna add some more. And I do remember this was like a spiritual revelation in a way that I just don't talk about. So I've got to take omeprazole now. And that Sarah girl is really insane. She's a mental patient. Her father is bipolar. And her father's this likeness guy from Shenmue III. One of the bosses. That's Bob. Corey Marshall says it's Bob. And it's really the truth here. I saw a picture of Bob because this one picture, that the mother, Valerie Bach, showed me that picture. It reminds me of Bob. The mother, I don't hate their family, but the mother seemed like a saint, like a nice person to me at times. Now I really want to contact Val and find out, do you have any of those shards that Mrs. Briles knows about from Baptist Park? Because I know Sarah was in that class. I know she was in that class, and there's that girl who's a likeness, this Jackie Marshall. Did the Muslims buy her? What happened to her soul? What happened to her life? Is she alive? Was she murdered? I can't find Jackie Mary Marshall, if that's her real name. The one from my class, the one that said sit boy, the one that said sit boy in Mrs. Sherlin's class. I saw Kimberly Boyd looking, she's like the likeness of Shippo, the little Shippo character. Shippo. Kimberly Boyd. Is Shippo a boy, little boy with red hair? Kimberly Boyd is an employee at this Speedway gas station. I was trying to find her. She reminds me of the likeness of this character, Shippo. Now, I know who the likeness is of Moroku, but I'm not a liar about all these claims. There's so many things I can prove because I'm a truthful, real human being here. But damn it, this Sarah girl has a lot of nerve to try to kill me by putting liquid bubblegum in my colon. That would kill me, maybe, Sarah. And if that's what you're trying to do with this Dr. Watts,
shall emerge from the earth, and dark
I don't know.
clouds shall
But what I do know,
obscure the
I know he has one of these,
A phoenix shall
there's this
descend from
person who
above.
was my neighbor in Melville,
Its wings
Michigan.
will create
They're
a
the
purple
Habib
wind.
family. And I'm aware one time that big
In
boy's
the
across the
midst
street
of the
from,
pitch black night,
off of, it's this
morning
one city in
star shall
Wyandotte.
glisten,
Oh,
alone.
yeah, not one city, one street. I think it's like West Jefferson, something. Whatever street it was, it's I'm my mistake. Biddle Avenue. Across from Biddle Avenue, there's Big Boy Restaurant. Okay, and this guy is like he's the son of the Habibs, or he's related to the Habibs. I think he was the son of the Habib family of 18883 next door to me. 1888338. That's the address. 1883 Henry Street. It's a street I used to live on. Next door to the house is this blue house. Next door on the other side was Mrs. Alice Whitaker. She's a politician in Melville, Michigan. I think I might have vaguely saw her or helped her in the Social Security office. If that was Alice Whitaker, it might have been her at one time, not too long ago. It's crazy how it's a small world. But I mean, so the son of the Habibs, he's working for Dr. Watts. Now, I'd like him to really tell me the truth if he knows about something more about, because I kind of want to walk in there and ask questions to this Dr. Watts before Sarah gets her people there and the police get there and tell them to shut up about the situation.
He shall appear.
It's like a criminal situation with Sarah and her family. I don't want to have anything happen really to Sarah, because this is the thing about Sarah Bach. She's a likeness of Kikyo. Jackie Marshall is a likeness of Kokomi Higurashi. I'm the likeness of Inuyasha. But they don't ever reveal the lion. So I'm going to reveal more in a minute. Be right back.
I shall wait. This encounter has been my destiny since ancient times. A dragon shall emerge from the earth, and dark clouds shall obscure the heavens. A phoenix shall descend from above. Its wings will create a purple wind. In the midst of the pitch-black night, a morning star shall glisten, alone. From a distant land in the east, from across the sea, he shall appear. He does not know of the strength hidden within him. The strength that would destroy him. The strength that would fulfill his wishes. When he is ready, he shall seek me out. And we shall brave together the rocky path. I shall wait. This encounter has been my destiny since ancient times.
Okay, I'm back here.
A dragon shall emerge from the earth, and dark clouds shall obscure the heavens.
Occasionally, recently, I have this kind of occasional
from
cough.
above. Its wings will create a purple wind.
I think it's like a virus.
In the midst of the pitch-black night, a morning star shall glisten, alone.
Okay. All right. Yes. This is Retro Zucchini One. My name is Ryan M Salazar. So the title of this broadcast is Shenmue III. Only I, Ryan M Salazar, made Shenmue special. And then I believe I do hashtag the year of 1995. Yes, so I'm hashtagging the year. Like hashtags are used to help the police, help the police, which are law enforcement officers, be able to understand the depths, the truths, the reality of a legal situation if it's interpreted by an honest person. Okay, so I'm looking for omeprazole. Just gonna take this pill, water, to do this trick here. See, I'm never wanting to take medication if I could find a better way.
From across the sea, he shall
I
appear.
guess, you know.
He does not know of the strength hidden within him.
It's like
that would destroy him.
I wish I knew better
that would
at the
fulfill
time.
his wishes.
I mean, I don't even like to kick myself for this,
When
but
he
it's
is
a
ready,
serious problem
he
that
shall seek me out.
I should have
We
ran
shall
away
brave together
from my
the rocky
parents
path.
when I was
shall
14.
wait.
I
This
really should have.
encounter has been my destiny
I wish
since
I had
ancient times.
known the teacher was right about that. I didn't.
A dragon shall emerge from the earth.
I guess that's
and
my
dark
biggest mistake
clouds
also.
shall obscure the heavens.
Again, in a way, it's an
Phoenix
insane
shall
thing to
descend
know.
from above.
It's insane to know
Its
that
wings will
I have
create
to run
a
away from
purple
my parents
wind.
because they're too damn strict. And I'm 14.
In the midst of the pitch-black night, a morning star shall glisten, alone.
Okay, so I guess I've located this medicine I'm supposed to take for it. So this is like a medication supposed to be taken alongside with another one at nighttime, but for now it's like the morning. So just take it in the morning. I only take this medicine occasionally because I don't want to keep taking medicines. Like every pill somebody takes, your liver has to digest it. And this is like in this case like the same as like maybe a psychotropic medicine. Well, your body, see, your liver digests these medicines. It's FDA approved. When people say psychotropic, now I haven't taken these. It's been like just about full 2 years. The last one I was on was Abilify, but it was like ineffective for I don't know how many years.
From a distant
And it's
land in
like
the east,
that's another
from
problem.
across the sea,
So
he shall appear.
when it's digested by the liver, which it
He
is,
does not know of the
all these
strength hidden
medications
within him.
that are from the pharmacy in America,
The strength
well,
that
we're
would destroy
American
him.
made. Everything's made
The
in America
strength
if
that
it
would
is here.
fulfill his wishes.
So it's digested by the liver. It doesn't mean there's
When
something
he is
wrong with my
ready,
body
he
or my
shall
brain,
seek me out.
and there's something wrong with my sperm.
And
That's
we
what all
shall
these
brave
girls,
together the
that are
rocky
younger,
path.
they think,
I
oh, there's
shall
something
wait.
wrong with the
This
sperm.
encounter has been my destiny
There's
since
not.
ancient times.
Because, see, the problem I have is I can explain it later,
A
and I'm
dragon
going
shall
to, I
emerge
think,
from the earth,
in this
and
broadcast.
dark clouds shall
This is
obscure the
definitely one
heavens.
broadcast that is not going to get
Phoenix
deleted.
shall descend from
I'm going to
above.
explain why
Its wings will
I'm going to
create
have
a
to just
purple
not
wind.
delete any more broadcasts. But I do really want to
In
get
the
the truth
midst
out.
of the pitch-black
The
night,
problem I have, I'm
a
kind
morning
of scared to
star
admit the
shall
truth
glisten,
because the neighbors next
alone.
door to me, those sons, okay, they have one son, he doesn't talk. They have two daughters, they don't talk. They don't talk to me. They're like bashful. and I don't want to be insulting to them. They're respectful to me usually, but then they're kind of bashful to acknowledge me. It's just like a serious problem in a way, because I also remember my older brother going over there to their house with wine and art pictures showing them and canvas. And did he cook there too? I guess he took wine over there one time when he was living here. He's got a medical condition now, so I don't want to be mean to this. This is my brother, and he never told me. You should have told me what was going on, because this is a really like a legal situation. I thought he knew who they were, but I don't even know the truth. I don't think I'll get it out of him. I want him to get better. He's in the hospital. I'm not gonna say nothing more. I'm just taking the medicine right now. Some Miprazole.
From a distant land in the east, from across the sea, he shall appear. He does not know of the strength hidden within him. The strength that would destroy him. The strength that would fulfill his wishes. When he is ready, he shall seek me out. And we shall brave together the rocky path. I shall wait. This encounter has been my destiny since ancient times. A dragon shall emerge from the earth, and dark clouds shall obscure the heavens.
You know, what's kind of confusing about this medicine, the bottom is like stained with food grease or something. So I just kind of am looking, well, there's nothing wrong with the content of the medicine inside the bottle, but the outside wrapper has like a grease food stain label. I don't know what it's grease stain from which food I was eating or something. Maybe it's some fluid damaging the exterior wrapper. Okay, let me just take this medicine. It's like this does the magic trick to alleviate, acid reflux condition. Because, see what happens here, once in a while, this condition gets really bad. For me. Or not really bad, but it can, it gets bad. I will not say really bad. I don't want to overplay it, but it all depends on how my body's functioning that one day. It's like sometimes the GERD gets worse than other days, if it does. Because see what happens. Usually, lately, and for about the last year, I usually don't take the GERD medicine consistently every morning. It's like I take it as needed. Lately, it's been as needed, like once or twice a month, if that. Probably like once a month or twice. Sometimes, or maybe just once, and it just maybe once every 2 months. It's probably been about two or 3 months since I had a GERD medicine pill. So it's like, I just never know. I don't write it down or whatever.
In the midst of the pitch black night.
Okay. Now you see where it's talking about the purple wind. I brought up in class about something about a purple belt. Notice that Jin Kazama wears a purple belt, Tekken 5 or whatever. Jin Kazama's usually wearing like a purple belt. Well, see, he's also wanting to study Taekwondo because I'm him. I told this to my teacher. Most of the martial arts fighting style for Shenmue is inspired by Taekwondo likeness of movements. Notice that the three kick strings, it's not an instep roundhouse kick now, is it? If you know Taekwondo, if you know Tang Sudo, the Tang Sudo one is the ball of the foot roundhouse kick. Then if it's not going into a three kick string or chain combination of other movements, then if it's a ball of the foot, it's like a Tang Sudo. But if it's like an instep, you're kicking with it's more acting like maybe like some kind of iron rod, you could say. But like when you do the three kick strings, so when you're doing them, and I know I created these
From a
in
distant land
class.
in the east, from
Oh,
across the
you're
sea,
not
he shall
exactly
appear.
doing it like Taekwondo, the martial art, but it is
He does
offensive
not know of the strength
as
hidden
like
within him,
as a creative
the strength that would
move that
destroy
was
him,
inspired to
the
be
strength that would
to be
fulfill his
extracted and
wishes.
made to make Shenmue. So
When he
you
is
know,
ready,
so
he
we have
shall
that. So
seek
like
me out,
what the roundhouse kick is explained
and we shall
for
brave
the
together the
for like
rocky
the
path.
Hazuki style
I
used in
shall
Shenmue.
wait. This
Now
encounter has been
this
my
is why
destiny
this is
since
what's not in
ancient
Shenmue 3,
times.
these three kick strings. And I'm gonna explain. I could explain why
A
that was a
dragon shall
mistake too.
emerge
That
from the
they're not
earth,
really
and dark clouds shall
using me or
obscure the
acknowledging me for
heavens.
Shenmue. This
A
is what I need to really
phoenix shall
tell Yu
descend from
Suzuki
above.
if he would give me the
Its
credit or the
wings will
chance to
create a
work with him.
purple wind.
But then
In
again,
the midst of the pitch black night,
I misunderstood
a morning
in
star
some
shall
odd way,
glisten,
one or another.
alone.
You know, but I have to explain it to him. I like to really get to know Mr. Suzuki the right way instead of the wrong way, and not be given any opportunity to know Mr. Suzuki. Let me explain this here. So the three kick strings, what it is, it's okay. Ryuzuki's in the fighting stance. It's supposed to be like old school karate, not exactly like Taekwondo, but they can use it. They can lower the stance. The fist can go down like Taekwondo offensive stance. They can do that, and it looks like they're starting to do that more and more, lowering his guard. You know, because really the guard is supposed to be covering. You know, in our old school way of doing it, we wanted to protect our ribs with our forearms and connect our fist to the other elbow, and this is kind of like what they're using, because I believe I'm somehow inspiring the movie Paper Tigers, and they're using that. One of those kung fu guys are kind of using like a stance that I was taught by my
From
karate
a
teacher,
distant land in the east, from
longer
across the
ago.
sea, he shall appear.
So let me say the three kick string starts out as it's a
He does
roundhouse
not
kick,
know of the strength hidden within him,
spin, and
the
do
strength that would
okay, it's
destroy
roundhouse,
him,
yes, and then
the
you're
strength
spinning,
that would fulfill his
and
wishes.
well, they're not really showing chamber,
When
but
he is ready,
you're spinning
he
and
shall
you're
seek me out,
doing
and we shall
spinning
brave together
sidekick.
the rocky path. I
It
shall
takes
wait.
one here, so it's
This
roundhouse
encounter
kick,
has been my destiny
ball the
since
foot,
ancient
roundhouse kick,
times.
spinning of
A
spinning
dragon shall
sidekick,
emerge from the earth,
and then
and
after
dark
that,
clouds shall
it's like
obscure the heavens.
another spin, so
A
it's a
phoenix shall
chamber
descend
in a
from
way,
above.
and
Its
then
wings will create a
it's a
purple wind.
spin. So somebody think it's the spinning
In
sidekick,
the midst of the
and then
pitch
it's
black night,
another
a
spin with a
morning star
chamber.
shall
So what it is, the
glisten,
next movement after
alone.
the spinning sidekick is a spin with a chamber, chambering about to, so because you're building up the power, the momentum, and the move is coming more from your body weight in the last kick also. It's a spinning movement all the way around. I mean, and then chambering the move with your hips and thighs, and then you're doing like I guess you could call it. So what is it? A spinning 360 degree. It can be like a hook kick. I noticed that, let me say, like, now I did it the way I did it. It is supposed to come off like maybe like a hook kick, maybe for Shenmue. This is the thing about myself here. They might have went with Joey's spinning hook kick at the end, but I did a Hapkido kick or a Taekwondo kick that was never taught to me in class at the end. So I'm thinking they're actually using Joey in some ways to do this too. Yeah, and so like I don't know who's getting the credit for these three kick strings, me or Joey. And I don't even talk to Joey or these Dons. I just know them more than they realize that I know. I know them more than they don't know how well I know.
The strength that would destroy him. The strength that would fulfill his wishes. When he is ready,
so the last move.
Shall seek me
So
out.
it's okay. So this is for Shenmue 1.
Shall brave together the rocky
It's
path. I shall wait.
So you're gonna fight Ryozuki's in fighting stance, and then he's thrusting a regular roundhouse kick forward, spinning into motion with a spinning side kick, just like the one you see in Bloodsport. And then he's spinning again with a chambering leg and doing the. It's optional because I think that they went with Joey's choice, maybe for the hook kick at the end. It's like a spinning, maybe wheel kick or something. I don't know what they call it. It's like the spinning hook kick at the end. What do they call it? I mean, but okay. So the end, when I do it, and usually I think I'm doing it the way I did in class, and now let me say, sometimes I do come off with a hook. I can do that. I can choose to do that today because I didn't really study or know how to do the hook kick at times. Like I could do a hook kick, but I just wasn't really. I was never taught a hook kick at that time. So what really came out was like a Hapkido 360 back kick. Because what it is a 360 back roundhouse kick in a way. But yeah, I think that's what it is actually. And you know, like it's it's probably like that because I always say back kick. It's like a back roundhouse kick, but like they call it in my Hapkido class. It's a 360 back kick at the end, and it's like a 180 back kick at the end. You could say too, but
from a distant land in the east, from across the
it's like I'd have to probably say it's a 360 because you're going all the way around.
He does not
know and going back right back to fighting stance. So it's like that, and this is like something that has to really be studied, you know, by myself and interpreted the right way when I do. You know, I mean, it's been a while since I've trained, but I can do these things even today. Now, the one for Shenmue 2 that's used the 3-kick string in that installment, let me explain how that's like the one in using Shenmue 1. It's, see, what they do, it's again pretty much the same idea. It's the Tenshido ball of the foot. So it's you're in the fighting stance, you're thrusting out, roundhouse kick. And let me explain, these are moves you don't just want to do on your own without proper instruction, because you might hurt yourself. Don't just do these things. You have to know your joints' limitations, know your body's limitations. I mean, if anybody were to just do these things, you're taking a chance because not everybody's born to do karate. It's like something that people need to understand today. This is like something that some people can do this karate naturally really well, but not everybody's body is born to do these things like that naturally. Some people have to acquire this talent with stretching, weightlifting, healthy dieting, healthy lifestyle, conditioning of the joints, strong enough joints, powerful enough, you know, to bring it back, you know, what they call it, recoil or something. I mean, it's like the body is a machine. They're doing these things. So, okay, this is the explanation of Shenmue 2 Three Kick String. This is how it's done. It's the way I do it, and so let me explain it. So it's or maybe the way Joey does it. I have to think about it, and it's probably actually I realize the way it's done for the Sega Dreamcast is the way I did it, and maybe the way yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Now maybe the way that hook at the end for Shenmue 1 was Joey's credit, but the one I do for Shenmue 2 was my credit, because see, this is what I would say. Yeah, that's how I think how that should be interpreted. Maybe see, Shenmue 1, they're using that hook at the end. Now me, I'm doing this. I'm doing, and I remember me doing it like this. And if the teacher's interpreting it the opposite because it's insulted, you know, I think that he might have been insulted, because I'm telling the truth here. Now, the way I'm doing it, and I can't do it exactly this way today, right now. And if you see me at Planet Fitness doing this, when I, you know, the reason I'm doing these moves at Planet Fitness is because it costs like $15 a day to do these things at open floor gym and at the Down River Gymnastics Center. I don't just have $15 for an hour or whatever for open gym to do these things there. And these moves, you know, this is like an old school karate talent that I have, or kickboxing talent that I have. It's more like a kickboxing talent than karate, honestly, because it's such raw talent to start out with. You know, it's raw talent. It's not like it's hardcore. Let me explain. It's hardcore. Something about this talent is just, I don't know what to say sometimes. But okay. So what I'm saying, it's the roundhouse ball of the foot, and then it's the spinning side kick, like the one they use in Bloodsport 1, and then it's spinning again with the chamber, and then it's after that. Now after that, you're after your chamber and your spin, you're jumping into the air. You're airborne, jumping into the air. You're going into the air. That's why I say airborne. Not like a trampoline zone, really, but kind of the same concept. You're in the air. You're jumping. You're moving your body. You're manipulating your feet, your joints, your knees, your hips, your thighs.
The strength that would destroy,
you know, whatever gender you are, you're manipulating the organs, your body, everything's going into the air. And so after you do the chamber, you're spinning again still with the chamber. It's all fluidity. It's all fluid motion. It's simultaneous motion. And then you're jumping into the air for the jump roundhouse kick. And now that jump roundhouse kick, it's made to be really, really powerful. The way they used it for Shenmue 2, the way I did it, it was extremely powerful. And then I had so much power in that movement. I land on one knee, and it's like so much power. It doesn't mean I'm proposing for marriage to a girl. But this is what's funny about this. Now, I used to be in love with some girls or something, had feelings for girls. I wrote a love letter to one girl that was like German or something, descent, had straight A's. I was inspired to make my own family accept me and please them, to make them appeased or whatever of what I can do in life. But something about me was wanting to, always, have a girlfriend and love a girl or something, be with women or something to be accepted. I know I'm different. I realize I'm different, and that it's crazy, but maybe that's kind of why. And I don't know why, but I think it's just that I had too much power in my hips and thighs, my prostate. I'm a man, so this is like a male movement. I don't know if a woman has strong enough knees and joints to land, to kick high in the air and right on target so hard with a roundhouse kick in the air, jumping roundhouse kick after you're
From a distant
spinning
land in the
and
east,
chambering
from
at
across the sea,
360
he
degrees
shall
into
appear.
the air movements. It's a tornado kick at the
He
end.
does not know of
It's
the
it's
strength
it's
hidden within
defined
him,
as a Kyokushin karate tornado
the
kick.
strength that
That's
would destroy
Japanese
him,
style of Kyokushin
the
karate,
strength that would fulfill
and it's
his
also
wishes.
defined as a Taekwondo kind of a tornado kick.
When he is ready,
So it's
he shall
debatable
seek
which
me
one you
out,
want to call it because it's considered like both.
and we shall
I've
brave
researched this.
together the rocky path.
So when
I shall
you're,
wait.
but this is what it is
encounter
about
has been
this.
my destiny
It's
since
also
ancient
this
times.
move, even without landing with all that power in your
A
body
dragon shall
on
emerge from
one
the earth,
bended knee,
and dark clouds shall obscure
because
the heavens.
you don't
A
have to land on one
phoenix
bended
shall
knee.
descend from above.
It's not that
wings will
I'm,
create
you
a
know,
purple wind.
I'm not like a,
In the midst
saying some
of the
kind of pledge of
pitch-black
allegiance or
night,
something
a
like an
morning
athlete or
star
a
shall
sport.
glisten,
Do they
alone.
do that in football? I'm not keeping up with football lately, but see, the way I land is on one bended knee, and it's just at the end. That's the end of the movement, and it's such a powerful move into the air, jumping so much power that it just is too powerful to land in fighting stance. So I have too much in my body. So, if I'm wanting to take that to the ground, maybe that's what I'm thinking too, because I also proved an armbar in the system too. There's too much talent in my body that years or something, or maybe not too much talent, but see the way I do it, the way I've done it for that game. Now, the way I'm doing it at the gym today is not with landing on one bended knee, but I'd have to be trained again. Maybe I get that way again, but I'm not trained that way today because these lines are not accepting me right now. But that's just the way I did it for Shenmue II. I'll be right back.
From a distant land in the east, from across the sea, he shall appear. He does not know of the strength hidden within him, the strength that would destroy him, the strength that would fulfill his wishes. When he is ready, he shall seek me out, and we shall brave together the rocky path. I shall wait. This encounter has been my destiny since ancient times. A dragon shall emerge from the earth, and dark clouds shall obscure the heavens. A phoenix shall descend from above. Its wings will create a purple wind. In the midst of the pitch-black night, a morning star shall glisten, alone. From a distant land in the east, from across the sea, he shall appear. He does not know of the strength hidden within him. The strength that would destroy him. The strength that would fulfill his wishes.
Oh, right. Okay. You know what? Did I interpret all these things? Okay. I might have interpreted these things with all this background. I don't think I should have did that. Let me start the video game. Shit, man, what am I thinking? So I'm going to interpret, I would like to believe that I didn't interpret this. See, there's this audibility. Okay. I mean, I guess I should have interpreted these things without the background of the music so much from the introduction, because it's probably harder for people to really know what I'm saying in some ways. It might be. But then again, I am talking right into the controller. Okay, so let's do it again. Noticing there's Battle Rally available at the bottom. I never even checked that out. But anyway, I'm going to talk more about. Okay, let me just see what's going on. Recommended mode, story mode. I'm going to go with easy story mode because I want to know the story. I want to know the story and not really, have anything deducted or anything. I just want to know the story. For what they're saying, for what they created, because what I created that inspired Shenmue is not credited, and it might be different from what they're interpreting. And who they are might even be misinterpreted, but I'm going to tell what truth I believe and know.
I shall give you the family treasure, the Sword of 7 Stars. Think of the sword as a part of me, and keep it with you. I shall always watch over you.
What the?
Leo.
Right.
Which bottle I dropped here? Oh, it's got the cap on.
What is this?
Dragon.
A dragon and a phoenix.
Just like the mirrors.
So this is what he was working on. From a distant land in the east, from across the sea, he shall appear. He does not know of the strength hidden within him. The strength that would destroy him. The strength that would fulfill his wishes. When he is ready, he shall seek me out. And we shall brave together the rocky path. I shall wait. This encounter has been my destiny since ancient times. A dragon shall emerge from the earth, and dark clouds shall obscure the heavens. A phoenix shall descend from above. Its wings will create a purple wind. In the midst of the pitch-black night, a morning star shall glisten, alone.
What is that poem?
It has been told in the village since long ago.
The one who holds the phoenix.
That's Bailu Village. We might find some clues about my father there. Let's go.
Sure. Hey, Shenhua.
We have to get to the village.
Let's go. Do you have any idea where your father might have gone?
No, I don't.
Has this ever happened before?
With my father?
Yeah. Has he ever disappeared without telling you?
No, never.
I see. Are you certain that letter from the cave was...
It's his handwriting, without a doubt.
Okay. Are you sure it didn't contain any clues? Shenhua?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't care about the letter. I just want to find my father.
I understand.
Okay, this is Retro Zucchini 1, back online. Alright, so I noticed this, slower. If you notice the landscape environment here. Now, okay, before I get to that point there, up by those guards, and I meet up with Shenhua there, let's take a look at this video game of Shenmue III. Let's have a good, thorough look at it. That's right. Okay. Pay attention to the detail, to the environment first, and then all the fine details within the environment. Pay attention to the scenery. Look at all the rocks. It's like in the mountains. Okay. This seems real, you know, like if there's mountains, there's like mountainous regions in Guilin. Guilin is a real village within China, special village in China. It's real, yes. And look at all the mountainous regions. See the birds? The birds are real. I mean, there's birds in Riverview, Michigan, where I'm at here, too. When I did these things, I was a resident of Melvindale, Michigan, for the Sega Dreamcast, but I'm this amazing Ryuzuki, the truthful intellectual likeness of Ryuzuki. I'm age 14, and I'm doing these things then. Now, let me just briefly talk. I'm going to have to talk about myself before. Let me explain. Before I want people to really know me, that can understand what I'm trying to say about this Shenmue before I go forward. I don't really want to take too long, but I have to explain some major, legal claims about this video game and how people can understand me today as I am a noble human being. I'm not a bad guy or anything.
I have to go with Shenhua.
Okay. He says I have to go with Shenmue. Okay, shut up. They forced me to. Okay, I'm going to talk later about this when I can. Want to take time and opportunity when I can to talk. Let's play through the scene very first here. I do want to be entertaining, but let's play through it.
Hello, Liu.
Shenhua, who's this?
This is Liu. He saved me from drowning in the river. Did something happen?
A group of thugs tore through here 2 days ago.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, The kind we don't normally see around here.
Let's keep moving. Hey, Shenhua.
What's the matter?
Does the village usually have gatekeepers?
No, there's no need for them. Bailu is a very peaceful place.
Are you
Notice
sure
his
about that?
voice. Corey Marshall's from
Because
San
they
Antonio,
said
Texas.
some thugs came by.
Yes, but
Do I
it
sound the
sounds like
same
they're
way?
not from around here.
I don't know why.
Still,
I don't know why.
that's worrying.
But I'm also from San
Even for
Antonio.
you?
Or
Yeah.
my
I admit,
family's from
I'm a little
San Antonio.
unsettled myself.
I mean
The village
Texas.
feels
It's the same
different
thing.
somehow.
All over
I can
Texas.
imagine.
Let's ask around for some clues.
Let's go. That was a pretty old bridge.
Indeed, that's the Verdant Bridge.
That's what it's called.
Yes, it's been in Bailu for a while.
Is that the village? Up ahead?
Yes, everyone lives up ahead. We can ask around. Someone's bound to know something.
Let's not waste another second.
Okay, yes. So I have some time to speak here. Oh, okay, so look at Ryuzuki. Look at him for what he looks like, or what he is, who he is. Okay, now if you pay attention to his body, do you notice that his body's different? Can you see how he's slender? He's not thicker in the way he needs to be to really be doing these moves the right way, like starting with the Hazuki style. And then let me talk more about that. It's not just the Hazuki style. The moves that Ryuzuki does also are the ones from the scroll shops, from the Kung Fu store, or from another scroll shop that is in Shenmue II or Shenmue 1. The Rishina antique, the Rishina China shop. The antique shop actually is the one. It's not the Rishina shop. It's the antique shop. Antique shop. Notice how Ryuzuki goes to the antique shop with his dad's sword guard. Okay. So that being said, he goes to the antique shop, not to the Rishina China shop. The Rishina China shop, the likeness of that to me, with that letter from, the letters from, who is it from? Li Shao Town, not Li Shao Town. Somebody, it's that guy, the guy that he pushes around a roadster. I kind of forgot his name, but he's getting a letter, and it's maybe sent from Li Shao Tao first. No, the guy in a wheelchair first informs Li Shao Tao to send that to Master Chen. Okay, the guy, Li Shao Tao, that's the woman. And then the guy in the wheelchair informs the woman in Shenmue 2, Li Shao Tao, the master, to send. Okay, so the letters, there's ultimately a letter coming from China that is sent to Iwao Hazuki. Right, that's how it seems like it played out. But anyway, this letter, it's in Chinese. Also, I had this degree. I had an original degree. It had a Kanagawa background on it of the Great Wave. Okay, so I bought this book recently about this, and they're gonna make me do this. Okay. Now, that degree, it had kanji of Chinese and Korean and everything. This guy, he looks kind of, well, I don't want to say what he looks like, but he's doing Tai Chi. Okay, that's fine. It's a village, it's China. different culture there, different people than the States.
I'm sure we'll find out more about your father.
Thanks. You investigate here, y'all. I'll try another settlement.
Okay. So now it looks like I have an opportunity to say what I'm trying to say here. I'm just going to stand in place here. Like mise en place, like I'm cooking, I'm thinking of that term. Mise en place. So I'm just going to stay here in place. And I'm not going to move, not going to go near that guy. If I go near this guy teaching the children Tai Chi, or whatever he's teaching them, it's going to be another scene. That it's going to be like an interactive scene with a video, so I don't want to start that. Okay. So, what I want to say about myself personally, that should be interpreted the right way. You know, it's just like, okay, there's so many things I could interpret, but I'm going to start out with something here. Alright, so, Ryu Hazuki, this is a title that's, it's earned its reputation. And it has to be, you know, in other words, too, you know, like, I'm not really, how to say it, am I knowing how this video game was really made? I might know, like, why I know, okay, so why I know, but there's other people that I remember from Melvindale School District. There was this Don kid. I don't know what became of him today. I did notice him on the internet, and he's the likeness of this Chai person. He's Arabic. His family's Turkish descent. Now, I just remember that about him. He seemed like a cool guy, and sometimes later in life, I remember I noticed him one time when I was working at Chuck E. Cheese. I'll just say his name. Samuel Laturco. I remember him. And I remembered his brother at some times, Jason Laturco. Now, I don't know what became of the brother. I might have known him or seen him here and there, and I'm not realizing that's the brother of Sam Laturco. It might have been the brother. But I don't know. There's sometimes people look alike. Sometimes we have a twin. This is what people would say, you know, okay, I knew this one guy from a cruise ship. He's Chinese, and he looked like my cousin, Eric. Just say his first name, Eric. And he looked like him. But it doesn't mean it's him. You know, and so I'll say that for now. And then, you know, so I took a cruise ship long ago, and then that's like the only cruise I ever went on. Alright, so I don't, you know, this is the problem with my life here too. And I'm not going to brag on myself, but I just don't believe that I'm only intended for, how to say it, my family. They're not like really. And in the way I say that, they're not believing they're special like me, because they have not been special to be, well, not everybody's Ryu Hazuki. Now, let me explain this real clearly about the way Corey Marshall explains this, and the way the group explains this, that we're all Ryu Hazuki. They like to say, oh, we all think we're Ryu Hazuki. They like to say, you notice how they say that? And you notice how they're saying in the dojo, Shenmue, all these people, they're saying Shenmue's for everybody. Well, they want to market the game like that, so people accept the game like that. Shenmue's for everybody. We're all this way. No, because we're not all the same. I don't believe that statement, even if someone random said it. I don't know. I think that was actually sometimes it's kind of orchestrated, like the symphonies. In an orchestra, how the guy who's conducting the symphony, the conducting the orchestra of a classical music or whatever, he has a wand. Now that wand is like the director. He's directing the Shenmue orchestra to play a certain way, and maybe to pick up on notes, pick up on something, whatever it is. Is it called scales, or is it called you know, whatever they call it, notes or scales, D minors, majors, whatever they call them. Okay, I used to play the guitar, and I could do a C major or A minor, A major, whatever, all those different keys. I could play them in strings, and then I could do that. I was doing it better at one time, but then I had to sell my guitar because I wanted money. I bought a cell phone. It's like different times in my life I had a guitar. I think I could have done that a long time ago too. But now, sometimes I don't want to keep doing the guitar because, if I keep doing the guitar, I can do these. They're called chords. Yeah, they're scales, like chords or something. All right, I can do that, but what is it going to do for me? So it doesn't really make sense, I don't think, for me to sometimes do play the guitar. I notice sometimes like this hand is getting kind of, my hand doesn't really like doing that. So I don't, I'm not going to get into that, but like, you're going to have problems with your fingers and hands later if you're not getting your body active enough. Oh, that's just something a little off subject about the guitar. Some people like guitars instruments. That's fine, but I don't really have that talent. Be if I'm not available, the right people to teach me that or whatever. I was not available people to teach me the guitar, and my own brother taught me somewhat, but then that's the only person who taught me that at some point. And I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, so I'm back here. You might hear me a little congested, snuffles, coughing a little. It might be from anxiety or bad habit formed, but it might be from bad, some stress or bad lifestyle. I think it also might be from maybe an immune system condition, like I have maybe allergies bother me, some mucus buildup. It's just, I don't like to be gross. I don't want to be gross or sick about that, but like there's different conditions. Maybe I'm allergic to something. There used to be dogs in this house, and I'm not having, like clean, hygienic, kind of a home all the time if I'm not. See, I don't live like with a Polish family. I think Polish families in my community are really, really clean people. And they are able to keep up with their house, to keep it clean, keep everything organized, and their life structured and that. I really wish I had that kind of a life growing up. So in a way, I think I'm Polish, like that. It's like the culture of Polish people to be clean and to be organized and know what they're doing, to want to have these things, done right to make something work for them. I think I'm Polish like that. I think I'm like European like that. I think I'm British like that, maybe I could say. But, that's why I say that. It's like I'm English, if I am English, or, well, my mother, okay, let me just say my mother, well, that's another thing. I'll just say what I'm going to say. It's kind of, I have these confusing ways about my history, about this Tekken Bandai Namco, about the likeness of Jin Kazama, and then there's Jun Kazama. Okay, so then there may be like a memory I have of some brief memory of something. The topic. I'll just hashtag in verbal audibility, hashtag genetic therapy, hashtag possibility of a memory, because like really it's just something about my history. When I meditate at times, these things come to me, but I'm not meditating usually, or sometimes they are coming back to me when I meditate, at the time when I'm meditating. But I don't usually meditate lately, but I noticed ever since I started meditating, when the memories do come back to me, it's about 50-50 at times. So when I started meditating, and I had to meditate really hard, really breathe hard, think deep, think hard, feel like I'm in the Region 5 Dojin, because those are the Dan teachers that were special to me, and they told me to meditate. The one that left in 1996, just after I was this likeness of Ryuzuki, and I always remembered his words, because I had this major depression and severe anxiety problems. Then I used to hear and see things. When I was Ryuzuki, I had like schizophrenia or something, but see, let me explain it. I also was this likeness of Jin Kazama, because this is how the devil Jin was used also in making Jin. I used to hear and see things. Well, I'm thinking of demons. All that my family's taking me to is like this Protestant born again church type of thing. So, that's kind of how I'm thinking. But then again, well, Jin is also an angel too, right? So if he's a good person, he's angel Jin, or he's devil Jin. You notice they use the terminology angel Jin in Tekken 8. The events used to create Tekken 8 are from the words I gave to my karate teacher in the Dojin changing room at Region 5. I said so many words to the karate teacher, Raymond P. Savoy, Patrick Savoy, that now I think he's still around. I'm saying his name. I don't believe he's just something happened to him. It kind of worries me when I say his name. Okay, the NSA can shut up now in the corner. The NSA was bloop bloop. Shut up, NSA. You're stupid as hell anyway. They have like bloop bloop NSA in the corner. It's like a dog that you just want to throw back into the if it's trying to, if it's this wild dog, you want to lock it. You do not. Okay, don't abuse an animal. It's just, it reminds me of this dog that you don't know that it's annoying you. Get away from me. You don't abuse a dog. It's just what I'm saying. It's like the stupid NSA in the corner makes me angry. That's the problem with this PlayStation 5. I'm not trying to talk to Alexa or something, but the NSA has their own way of trying to hint on something that's stupid to me, really. Because I'm from the 1990s, and I'm born in 1981. I'm not from this generation when the NSA was around when I was born, or the internet was around when I was born. I'm not from that generation. You're listening to the original 1981 Ryozuki. One moment. So any ideas to make this Shenmue? For me, they're the best ideas because I'm going to explain that in a moment. But having some gummies, vitamins. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I ate some alive gummies. Nature's Way alive gummies. Has anybody ever looked up what the true meaning in English, the lyrics, or you could say the dialogue, the lyrics in the song from Shenmue, the animation, of the introductory song of Shenmue, the animation, the one that comes on Adult Swim or Crunchyroll? Watch Shenmue, the animation tonight on Adult Swim. Only on Adult Swim. Toonami. You notice that the introduction song has an interpretation for what the words really are. If you would interpret them from Japanese into English language and the lyrics into English lyrics, texting, wording, if you can read what I want everybody to do, this is something, if you believe in what I'm saying, if you can understand the value of what these things are worth in intellectual property, all these things, this is a real, this court hearing, the one I'm talking about, that there should be the series of court hearings, the few ones or something, this should really be like maybe a class action lawsuit maybe for everyone here in Detroit. Because why did they make this video game called Detroit Become Human? You see, everyone, I'm the turning point of these martial arts. I believe that really because what I did in 1995 pissed off these old school dons, these black belts. They're really special black belts in the world at the time, and I didn't mean to offend them. But what I did in the martial arts that year, in like 5.5 months, made some of them kind of angry and jealous and not like me at times. But they just didn't show it usually. But the head instructor, some words he told me, he was kind of offended. But I didn't want him to be offended. I needed to know this guy my whole life. He took a liking to me, but I didn't do everything he said. So he got angry at me sometimes. But then again, I didn't know him personally or know if it's the right choice to do what he's saying. It really was, actually. But I question his authority because, well, this is the problem I have. I'm not knowing this guy my whole life. This teacher was probably someone I should have known earlier in life because he always knew what was best for me all the time. He was no fool. He was a really intelligent man in so many ways. so many profound ways too. He's a really smart guy. He knew what he was doing. He knew what the right thing was to do. When my own parents didn't know what to do, his choice was the better choice, was the right choice. I didn't know because I thought it was unethically wrong. I thought it was unethical, and then therefore it was wrong. It would seem like it was, you know, I wanted to make the right, noble choices. But I didn't know he was, even if it seemed, illegal, well, it might have been the best choice, even if it was illegal. Because sometimes the law doesn't really interpret the best choice. Sometimes you're doing something, wrong, but it might seem wrong. See, the concept of right or wrong is opinionated. It's opinionated what's right or wrong. But then again, there's the laws are composed of what the majority of what people are thinking is right or wrong, and they pass laws in Congress, and okay, that's a law for the state, for the country. Laws are made, laws are changed all the time, I guess. So what I'm saying here, okay, let me think. What was I talking about now? Yeah, I'm just a walk around. Now their class is done. Let's walk around anyway. Okay, so, whatever I was talking about, okay, Tekken, put that aside now. But now, maybe I'll go buy vegetables if I can. I think I can. I have money. So might have no money. That's some money, right? 200 yen. Alright, so let's buy some cauliflower, I guess. What? Buy it's 30 plus. Oh, I see. So I don't know. Okay. Alright, so take some for health here. So walk away. Just take. See, it's weird that you have to eat vegetables, fruit stuff. It's weird to me that you have to eat food in Shenmue III to keep up your health. That's a different, something different, new. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back online. Retrozuki 1. Wondering why is this I can't eat the food. So, alright. Why is this? What are the controls for it? They have such a new system for Shenmue III, that even I can't really figure it out. At times, like, well, what is this trying to see? How do you bring up the menu? Or, which one is it? Like, so how do I bring up the menu? This one, yeah, there we go. Okay, R1. I think R1 would work, right? So food. It looks like my health is getting low, so I'm gonna eat garlic, black garlic. Okay, it has health benefits. If you roast it, you can eat it too. Put it in the oven. It's funny, but they have black garlic. They have different colors of garlic, like purple maybe, or white garlic, whatever. There's different golden garlic, yellow, whatever. Different kinds of garlic. So let's try to eat this. Yeah. Eat the shit. I'm not call him dumbass, but he reminds me of this character is just the way they, I'm not used to these controls because if you understand uh, the fight choreography when you play this video game for the Sega Dreamcast, the controls are so much more easier to do. Personally, in my opinion, for the Sega Dreamcast, and this is something I told the teacher in 1995. He asked me, he says, so what video game system are you used to playing more? He asked me, which system are you used to playing more? The Sega Genesis or the Super Nintendo? I told him, I said, well, lately I sold the Sega Genesis years ago, and I bought Super Nintendo. Me and my brother, friends, whatever, we play Super Nintendo together at times, and even if I'm playing alone, it's always a Super Nintendo because I was these things that I wanted to be made were actually the idea went to Sega because I had this idea for Streets of Rage likeness of that, like when you're holding somebody to attack with your leg, or like to have these grip locks, joint locks, call them joint locks too. Yeah, joint locks or hand locks or something. Most of them are like joint locks, or like if you play Streets of Rage 1 for the Sega Genesis, notice it's Sega. Okay, so Axel Stone or the other characters, they can what they're doing, they're grabbing people. So they're having like grip locks, joint locks, whatever. They're grabbing someone, and then they're attacking with their leg. That's my idea. I conveyed to the teacher in karate class. That's one of them. Now, so he liked that. It seemed at the time when I brought it up in class, the teachers like me. They always thought I was a special student, so I kept going to class that year. And then so they used the one with that idea. They used that. Now this video game, Shenmue, was started with my idea. It was to be, Sega was the one they were going to go with. But he asked me, which video game system are you always used to playing? And I said, Super Nintendo. Well, that's because, I'm in Melvindale at the time. And the character I'm used to playing is Gaio. I always would play with Gaio, but sometimes I chose Ryu. And it's rare that I would choose Ken Masters, but, if I looked like a guy, I noticed that I looked more like Ryu than Gaio, but I did like Gaio. So, okay. Something about this Showdown Little Tokyo was cool to me in some ways. Yeah, so Okay. Uh, okay. So yeah, Showdown Little Tokyo. That's like a 1991 movie. But what I'm trying to say about Showdown Little Tokyo, that's uh, that's also a very old school martial arts movie because you have Brandon Lee in it, the son of Bruce Lee. That his name is Brandon Lee, and then we have Dolph Lundgren. Did you know Dolph Lundgren? His original, okay, his real nationality. Don't want to say original, but I want to say his actual nationality is or original, whatever. His nationality is, that's what I'd say. His nationality is Swedish. He's from Sweden. Yeah, yes. So I've noticed that Dolph Lundgren gets property in Spain. They'd say that on TV sometimes. Dolph Lundgren, I'm a fan of Dolph Lundgren. I like the guy because he's a cool guy, and it's like I have some things in common with Dolph Lundgren. I've noticed. I noticed that. Yes. So these Don teachers, now they were joking around at times, calling me Kenner in class, but I'm not really familiar with the movie Showdown Little Tokyo at the time, but I did have a flat top going in the karate class. Now they would call me Kenner because there's a line, there's dialogue in the movie of Showdown Little Tokyo. If you notice, when Brandon Lee enters the scene just after Kenner, Dolph Lundgren is having his breakfast. He's at a shop or it's his lunch, whatever hour it is. He's having some food, tea, and then he's done. He's about to pay his tab. And then what happens is his Yakuza guys from the, Little Tokyo in Los Angeles City, California, they're starting some kind of a something. They're engaging in some arrangements, like a business dealing. They're trying to work on some kind of a business agreement with the owner, and they're presenting themselves at first like respectfully, but they're arrogant looking, and then they're suddenly showing a switchblade, and then okay, so then Dolph Lundgren or Kenner enters the scene, and it says, if I don't get my breakfast, I get real grumpy. And so it goes into, disagreement of, personalities and attitudes. People are not agreeing with their faces. My face is mad at your face. Your face is not good looking. My face is sexy. You're ugly. You're, whatever you're thinking. I'm sexier than you. You're an ugly bastard. You're fat. You're dumb. You're, whatever. And people are thinking these things. I'm better than you. You're better than me. See? So when you're in a fight with some people, there'll be multiple opponents. I mean, Dolph Lundgren's a good-looking Swedish guy. He's from Europe. See how sexy this guy is in Rocky IV? So what is he thinking about this Japanese Yakuza coming in there? And, with this, you're not going to talk about race or nothing, but I'm just saying, thoughts are going in the minds or not, or maybe he's not thinking any of those things. Maybe other people would think those things, but what he's doing, he's just having a snack or having something to drink, and it's like an everyday routine that he does to have something to eat or drink at this, Japanese cafe, and then there's some problem going there. Well, he's familiar with martial arts. It's just another day for him to practice like he's in the dojo, not dojo, about Korea. So the dojo fan, so he's just, okay, let's beat him up and do it for real. And so it's not a demo, it's not a performance. No, it's just okay. So he goes into that mode, anybody can go into that mode if you have that power, if you have that key and that natural ability to do that. You go into realistic mode, reality mode, and then you take them down. So what I'm saying is that, is that okay? So what I'm getting at is Brandon Lee comes in there, gunshots are fired towards the end of the fight. Scene, they're showing each other they both have a police badge, and then they're agreeing, okay, we're police freeze. And then he says, all that upper body strength
I
really
should talk
slows
to
you
the
down.
villagers.
And Dolph, okay, Kenner says, what does he say? He says, I forgot what he says, but he does say that.
Hey there.
Yeah?
That looks great.
Yep, Shenmue tells me that too.
You know Shenhua?
She's my friend. Is she your friend too?
This little girl's funny.
Yeah, she is. Say, do you know Mr. Yun?
No.
I don't know why
He's a
kids are
stonemason.
funny to me sometimes, but
A stonemason.
in America you
Just
don't
like
want to
my
bother
daddy?
them if you're
Your dad?
a
is
creepy
a
old guy that
stonemason as
nobody
well?
knows anyway.
Yep.
Funny. You're depicted like that.
Can I talk to him?
Uh-huh. He comes home at 7 at night.
He does. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. No problem.
Who needs chalk when you have the sand or the earth, the dirt? You can trace what you want with a stick into the dirt. Because, like, if you're like you don't have like a sand or a sandbox, something. I had a sandbox when I was a kid. I don't know. Keep going. See what's going on here.
Pardon me.
All right, so okay. Now, the lady that's there, the blind lady. I don't know who that is, but right. Okay, so let me continue here. So what I'm trying to say here, yes, I'm Retro81, and speaking here about Shenmue. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just weird, like, that. I mean, I don't know. Just keep going here, but yeah, right. Why is there pumpkins on top of that? You see, it's just different. There's like pumpkins there. Uh, yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to think of some parts of this Shenmue. I just don't know what to think of it. And that's some maybe you know, maybe the saying in life, some things could be better left unsaid. Might be true, might not be true. It just depends on all the ways something's interpreted. Because I just like the scene for that woman, with no eyes or something. Well, I know she doesn't have eyes, but she doesn't have vision, it looks like. So I don't know what happened to this to make her lose her vision or who she is. Maybe I should know. Maybe I should know if I'm Ryu Hazuki. You see, so that's the thing about the woman there. She might be a special person. I don't know. I don't know. And that's okay, that's where I leave that. Like that. Because I don't know what to think of that. Oh, alright. So let's keep going here. Yes. So Shenmue. Okay, let's keep going about what I know and what I'm trying to say. Yes. Okay. There's a lot of things, and like this is not a band-aid. I used to use medical tape, but they changed that to a band-aid on Ryuzuki's face for Shenmue 3. Now, that's different. Okay, so let's just leave it at that. But like in a way, well, I'm going to elaborate more to say what I already know. The white medical tape, I buy that sometimes these days from the store, like Kroger, my community here, near the community I'm living in, whatever. So I buy medical tape there. It's white medical tape. It's like tape. It's medical tape. It's white. And this is the same tape they use to put on the original belts and tank seal. If it's not electric tape at first, for like the colored belts, they use that electric blue tape. But then now the non belts they're using originally medical tape. Yes, and I use medical tape in 1995 to cover like terrible acne I used to have. I used to have really bad acne at times. So I'd cover my face with this medical tape sometimes because I was really hitting puberty really hard at times. So I had a lot of growth hormone. Probably, I guess this is coming from my pituitary gland. When I'm this young, I have a body that's going through severe growing pains at night sometimes. I used to have really bad growing pains sometimes. And during karate training, sometimes I had bad growing pains. So I took Tylenol at times if I had to. The growing pains in my body and my joints. I didn't feel them the next day, but I would feel them at night, because my body's changing, growing, or something. My body was different then. I just didn't understand why I kept having growing pains in such an insane way when younger. I had the worst, craziest, maybe not the worst, but the craziest growing pains. They kept coming to me. They were like, these growing pains, they seemed like they gave me power when I had them, but they just kept coming to me. Because I remember I told my karate teacher one time, I'm going to sleep with both of my legs like bent and like bent like behind me, like I'm stretching. Usually in karate training, we stretch like with one leg extended and the other one bended backward. I slept 1 or 2 nights, maybe 3 or 4 nights, with maybe 4 nights or 5 nights. It's like I did it a few times. I did it multiple times. So there's times when I'm 14, I slept with my legs bent backward, and just because I wanted a good stretch. I asked the karate teacher one time, is that good to do that? And I slept the whole night, or most of the night. Well, I guess I would say the whole night, because that's what I remember doing, I think. Slept the whole night through. Or if I woke up in the middle of the night, get up to pee, go back to sleep, put my knees back in the stretching position, and I slept through that whole night again like that. With my, it's like a gymnast stretch. It's a gymnast martial arts yoga stretch. Something that regular people, not everybody would just do that. I don't think I'm a regular person for some reasons. I don't think I'm like everybody else. I don't think I'm the same as everyone, especially for doing this too. I mean, I slept at times with my legs bent like that. It's just different. The talent I have is coming from like something different. And then there's one time my mother didn't know what to do with me having something wrong with my face. There was like something going on with my eye. One time, let me explain this here. When I'm younger, there used to be these little ticks that would come near my bed, and occasionally those ticks would suck. Well, it was like maybe a few times, but it wasn't that many times. But sometimes the ticks would come near my eyes, and they'd suck on my eyes, or they go near my eyes. I don't know what it was, but they get near my eyes. Now I've been tested for Lyme disease after that. I didn't have any Lyme disease, but they kept persisting, and they kept, I don't know how they got near my eyes, but it's just the weirdest thing. Child, and so what else do I know about myself here? Let's say this is what I'm wondering. One time my mom, I had some pain in my eye or something. Something was bothering my eye. And so she, or was I not having pain in my eye? Maybe I was not having as much pain in my eye. Maybe it was like a bulge in my face one morning. What was it? I'm not sure. Was there like a bulge near my eye, or not much pain, but my face was different or something? What really happened? Because see, I do remember now. Okay, right now my older brother, to me,
it's time to go.
My older brother, to me, we've been through some things at times. Let me explain this, okay? After this scene here.
Who's there?
May I talk to you for a moment?
What is it?
Oh, hi, mister.
You know this man?
He's my friend, Daddy.
Well, get to it.
I haven't seen Yuen around. If you know anything, I'd... Huh? What happened?
Some thugs I'd never seen before showed up and wrecked my place.
Thugs, huh? Why would they do this?
Beats me. They asked if I was a stonemason, so I said yes. And they just went crazy.
Why stonemasons?
They were
Notice he's
definitely
acting
looking for something.
like he's a
What
private
did they look
investigator or detective. He's
Well,
acting like
they
a
weren't from
police
around
detective.
here, that's for
That's
sure.
a better way to interpret
There were
it.
two of them.
Readers
One
would
had
be-
a shaved head with a tattoo on it. Don't tell me. They went to Yuen's place too?
I don't know. Yuen was in the quarry when he disappeared.
You're kidding. Those thugs might have something to do with that too.
Maybe. I'll be sure to tell Shenhua.
Brush my hair with a comb. Sit here.
Bye.
Okay. Alright, so yes, I'm
It's gotten so
Retro81
dark.
back online. Oh, I gotta go
Maybe
home
I
now.
should head back to Shenhua's house.
Shenhua, where are you? If it's not Inu-san, now it's Shenhua. Shenhua is much younger. that is true. And Shenhua is not like family. That's, I don't know what to say. Okay, it's just Shenhua might be like family, but Shenhua's a close friend. But this is the thing about Ryuzuki. See, when you're okay, I can understand how cultural backgrounds would affect people to respect someone. Like the relationship between boy and girl, man and woman, obviously it might be expected to be respectful of someone of the opposite gender. Okay, so I understand it. Like historically, I understand that. Well, historically, in my history, I can understand how a man's supposed to respect a woman, but then a woman will respect the man. Okay, everybody respects each other. In other words, okay, everybody's supposed to respect each other. And if you're a man, you're a woman, well, you're a boy, you're a girl. What if you're related to them? Well, maybe you are. What if you're a friend of them? What if you're staying with a friend or staying with a roommate? That's a woman, that's a boy, it's a man. They might be a little cute, might be a little attractive. Okay, so what are you going to do about that? What would other people think of that? If there's other people involved, and your roommate, somebody's staying with you, see, that's what I'm saying here. Like, there's Shenhua. She's a good friend, I bet. I saved her village, her village guardian. Looks like one of the 3 goats. It's a goat, right? It's a white goat. I had a dog looking like one of those white goats. I had a dog. His name was Yogi. He looked like one of these 3 goats.
Have you learned anything new, Ryo?
Not about your father, no.
I see.
It seems
and it's
that
funny.
The thugs invaded
Mr.
Joe's home, though.
Joe, you mean Ling's house? They must have my father then.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions.
I'm going with you tomorrow.
What?
I can't stop thinking about these thugs. I want to know more.
All right then. We'll go together.
Good.
To be... okay, so... to be like immersed, to immerse yourself in a foreign culture. Now, maybe to Ryozuki, it's like his culture anyway. You feel like you're Japanese. Are you Japanese? Maybe he's Japanese anyway. But that's how I say this. Like, well, I'm not talking about myself right now. He's Japanese. I'm Japanese. Say it. Japanese. Or maybe you're like, you're adopting another culture. I'm American. Adopting another culture. Or it is your culture, not just adopting it. It is. Because, the Yakuza say that it takes more than blood to make someone family. I do like this dialogue in the Yakuza series that it takes more than blood to make someone family. Now, this is something coming from Japan. The words of wisdom from the Yakuza. One of the Yakuza games, I've been playing these video games from Sega at times, and there's maybe a time where a child or there's someone having an indifference or something with someone else, and then Kazuma consults the child in conversation, talks to them because he has compassion in his mind. He has knowledge, wisdom to give consultation to a situation. He's mature. He's a cool, mature man, that he's a fighter. He knows how to solve problems. See, fighters have a way of being like teachers. And if you can also fix like a machine or make something that's you can invent something. See, now I can invent things too, I notice. But and then now and maybe I am mechanically inclined too, if I wanted to be, concerning like machines. Because see, this is where the next generation of AI is going into robots, machinery, or whatever. I think I can do that, but I just never applied myself enough to be doing that. But I do believe how to explain this? I think if I went to Japan, I could even make robots. I can learn all those things. I think I can do that. But if I'm living in America doing those things here with the background that I currently have, the status in America right now, I don't think it's a good idea to live that kind of a life, to be smart like that in America with the life I have here in Michigan. Not the way I'm living with no money and nothing here. No claims to officially to what I'm claiming. I'm not going to go through it, but I'm just saying the current status I have in the States here is not going to help me to be like a smart, mechanically inclined, like an electrician. I think I can do that. I think I can do all those things if I'm healthy enough. If I'm not feeling anxiety, the cure for my anxiety is women. Or one woman, okay? I'm just saying, I don't want to be tied down to one woman. If other women like me, I want to know who they all are. I love all of the women that like me because I want to be able to have the freedom to date women, even if I'm 45, even if I'm 25, even if I'm 15 or 14. I should have done this when I'm 14. I didn't know. I passed up maybe opportunity at times or whatever. I did try to understand women. I don't know what I'm doing. So I dedicated my time to training these martial arts. I gave my life when I'm 14 to Shenmue, to the purpose for Japan, for Mr. Yu Suzuki's cause. I gave my whole time and my life was given to Mr. Suzuki because, well, how to explain it? It's mostly, well, it's to the cause because I knew that we were doing something, me and the Dons. I'm loyal to these Dons, but I'm also loyal to what I'm thinking more about is we had this idea and we were trying to do something, create something. So I knew we were working on something, me and these Dons, or one of them. So what we created, what was going on here, a lot of these moves are my own moves that made the Hazuki style. So how do I really explain this? Why am I special to be the Hazuki guy? Well, I'm trying to interpret it right here. Like, it's spiritual. And I'm spiritual that year. I'm practicing studying religions, different ones in the library at times. At Strong Junior High Middle School, there's times I look for a foreign religion book. It might be Hinduism, might be Judaism. This is what the teacher instructed me to do, and I did it. But I also studied Buddhism, Confucianism, and Christianity. Now, at times, it was more like Christianity because that's the background I'm taught by my parents, by my family. So I do want to include other religions, but it might have been more like Christianity at times. So, in a way, I used to like Chuck Norris a lot. When he was around, I still like Chuck Norris, but he's not with us now. So, but he was always remembered as an awesome person, Chuck Norris, and the bond and friendship he had with Bruce Lee was special too. That's another way I remember him. And then even in another way, I do remember Chuck Norris, also known as Carlos Ray. I remember him in the military and Hollywood industry. I remember Chuck Norris this way. And I remember him for the fact that he's born in the year 1940, the year of the dragon. Russ Hankey is also born in the year of the dragon. Bruce Lee was born in the year of the dragon, 1940. So the way I remember, Chuck Norris is not just the year of the dragon being born that year, but two, the fact that he's from the same karate federation that I trained with at the time. So he's special to me for that, Chuck Norris, when he just is, and it just sounds like that. Alright, so what I want to say here, I'm just going to leave it at this here. I'm not going to go to sleep because I know take it to the next progression. The video game, want to get the message across that I'm trying to say about what I should interpret myself to be like. Now, see, this is what I'm trying to say here. I think I have the body. Let me say about myself. Let me talk more about me, and let me say this too. I don't want to ever offend people in my history. I don't want to offend anybody. I'm sorry if I come off offensive to somebody. I don't at all want to offend other people. I am apologizing. Please understand me. Don't be offended by me. If you're the neighbor that knows about Shenmue, it's great to be your neighbor. It's a nice day. I'm happy to be your neighbor sometimes, but I might have some of my own personal issues. I apologize for my shortcomings, my drawbacks, what's wrong with me. I want to say I'm sorry to the people that they know they're related to my teacher next door. I am sorry if I am crazy at times, because I am crazy. I know I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to behave like that. But I do know that I'm feeling stressed out. I do know that about this degree, I've realized these things. I remember some things, and I just don't like to talk about this. So it's like, I don't want to talk about it, but it bothers me during the day when I can't make something out of my life. When I can't make it in life, I do remember how I earned the document, and then for whatever reason, something about my history is not interpreted correctly to me. So that's why I have a problem with this teacher that is, he leaves, and then I can't connect with him again the right way. And then there's a student or two coming between me and the teachers, and that's like another problem. There's different ways to look at this, to identify what the problems are. That's what I'm sometimes doing in my broadcast, trying hard to identify what's the problem here with this. Someone from a school district review, and I don't like to really bring light of it, but I have to. And if I have to, then I have to. Now, okay, going back on subject 2, so my older brother, right now, and I hope he's doing okay. I have a brother. He's a cool guy. I think he's a real good person, cool person in so many ways. I remember his girlfriend. Yeah, just say some names. First name maybe Leela, and she's like a nice lady, nice person. When I remember her, she has cats sometimes. They have some cool cats at their house in Dearborn, Michigan. Might as well talk about them a little. I might be going to Dearborn. I don't know where I'm going because, see, the problems I have, everyone, is like, I have some issues with not knowing myself, not knowing that, I need to know. I always needed to know the neighbors. I didn't know that. I didn't know I should know Charles Scoop. I did not know that. And I am sorry that I didn't know that. But the bigger problem I have is that I was never properly informed by the teacher. I lost my memory. Please understand, if I were to talk to the Scoopin family, the son, the daughters, I don't mean to insult, their children, but I would like them to talk to me maybe about this. See, this is the problem I have with the neighborhood and community of Riverview. it's like a personal problem. Because if they have history with the next door neighbors and they can live their own lives, everybody has the right to live their own lives. I'm not saying they don't. But I do realize that it's like a disadvantage, a higher disadvantage I have when I go through something like I have this history being Ryuzuki, and then I am this guy, and then I know I can be this guy again. I know that I'm trying really hard every day of my life to get better, to not have mental illness, to not be sick. Like every single day of my life, I'm only trying to not be sick since 1995. I used to pray to Jesus, to God, read the Bible. I used to read the 10 Commandments and follow the 10 Commandments because I thought if I love God, then God will heal me one day. That's why I didn't also have sex with girls. I thought it was wrong. And let me explain this to people that if you're not spiritual, you won't understand me really. I used to get on my knees some nights or most nights and pray to Jesus, pray to God, that God would heal me, that Jesus would heal me. You know how spiritual of a Christian I was when I was trying to understand Buddhism, studying it as much as I could, finding that today, well, I've lived like a life of celibacy. I'm not wanting to be like that in my history. But then again, I didn't know the right path to get to rid this anxiety, to not have mental illness. The right path would have been to not be too spiritual like that. Because, see, I didn't know I was doing something wrong to be too spiritual if I was. So what the problem is, this is what the adults in Ruby, Michigan, what the administration needs to know, Mr. Hawley, Mr. and Mrs. Scoopin, I'm a very spiritual, born-again Christian. Before I knew anything about what's right or wrong to do, firstly, I'm trying to be like Buddhist. Firstly, I'm trying to be like Christian, but then Buddhist if I need to be, or then maybe something else. But it's like, if I don't know, then I don't know. What is the right way? What is the wrong way? I'm only trying to respect people. And I tried not to swear. I tried not to be a bad person. But today, I must be really hated by some people in the community. I kind of feel that way. But back then, the way I used to be, I put, I don't want to say you take the teacher's words. I'm not making fun of Sarah for using his words, because he inspired her too with his words and with his ways. Now, I'm not trying to take nothing from Sarah. I mean, I might as well say the likeness of joy, or joy, because I know that's what, in a way, okay. But see, this is what's going on in my life. I've always tried. I believed every day and prayed, and I've had people that were like spiritual saints pray for me to get healed, to get better. And I didn't know, all these years, I didn't know that the karate teacher was correct. You need to just have sex. In 1995, he says, you have all these girls that like you, Ryan. You have all these women that are attracted to you. They like you. Why are you not having sex with them? I'm age 14. I have this powerful kickboxer, bad. Okay, should I say the A word? See, in Christianity, they don't swear. Bad apples. Bad apples. I had this real bad apples way about me to be powerful warrior and fighter, like a super cop, like really, really powerful. When I'm trained, when this talent comes to me easier at the time. See, these moves that are done for Shenmue, some of these moves are just my own movements that came out of my own body, being naturally gifted in martial arts. Overall, any martial art, I could do it. I felt like I had potential to do any kip-up, any martial art. Now, kip-ups, see, I created my own kip-up in class. That's a long-range one they use for Tekken. Not going to get into that right now, but see, the talent in that was, this is what I'm trying to say. If it wasn't for me, that's why I named this broadcast, this video here, Only I, Ryan M. Salazar, made Shenmue special. I am spiritual. I'm not ever one to show off. Even today, I hate that I would show off. I don't want to show off. I don't believe in showing off. But that's the thing about life. It's about competition. But that's the problem I have. In a way, I'm not taught to be competitive. See, I teach myself the martial arts and the Sioux martial arts. So all along my whole life span, whatever, my lifetime, I'm not knowing how to compete and how to make someone look bad, take them down. Like the police have tactics like that. When the teacher did say to know how to read between the lines, well, I'm taught to be a good person most of my life and a simple person, but I can do these martial arts like the best person to ever do any martial art. But I'm not taught to know how to read between the lines. See, that's something that the teacher tried to teach me. He's telling me what this means in the bathroom. And so I don't know what this means until one day I read a book about ninjutsu in the year 2004. Be right back. Okay, so yes, back online here now. Like the cure for mental illness, it depends on what is. So what is the condition? What is the mental illness? What is it? Or what is the condition of something? What is the condition of my mind? Is it a chemical imbalance? You see, that's different from a virus. That's different from a disease. That's different from an infection. You can't be infected with bipolar disorder. You cannot be infected with, psychosis or whatever they call it. You cannot be infected with paranoia. You cannot be infected with obsessive compulsive disorder. These are like mental, mind, and this is like, okay, understand this. Your brain is made of what? Matter, right? Now, what matter is the definition of your brain? You notice that it's fat, right? Is it fat? Is it unhealthy fat? It depends. If you're eating garbage fast food, some fats in your body could be unhealthy at times. Now, this is the reason why. See, if your brain is cholesterol, well, okay, it's the matter of what composed in the brain cells is cholesterol. But let me explain this. If it's fat, cholesterol is like fat, or it is fat. See, fat is like fatty acids. Have you heard of that? You heard of alpha lipid acid or omega fatty acids? Fatty tissue, fat cells, whatever. There's good oils, healthy oils, good fats, healthy fats. See? Brain is an organ. The heart is also an organ. The heart is like what pumps blood to the cells to make your body function with the nerves and that. You have neurons, you touch something, there's the foundation of efferent, efferent when you're touching, the sensational feeling when you're touching. If I touch the couch, my fingertip, it's leather. It's a sense. I'm not smelling it, but I can touch it. And then, there's more than that. If I know more about myself concerning science and medicine, see, if I study, depending on what I believe I know from my research, from what I'm taught, it's not just what somebody teaches me too. It's what I do after they teach it to me. I do some of my own research and maybe I interpret it in my own way. So people can see how smart I am like that. If I'm smart, if I'm arrogant or cocky to somebody else, well, if I'm not accepted, maybe it's better interpreted. Well, maybe not everyone accepts me as smart. These things have to be proven by earning respect to somebody else. Now, let me explain this. Me being not in the circle accepted from the beginning because, well, I'm not cool in 1995, but I'm Ryuzuki. I'm cool like that, being Ryuzuki, but I'm so spiritual as a martial artist. I'm not wanting to be religious. I didn't know I should have interpreted. Okay, I didn't know I was supposed to live a life more like a fighter, or maybe, no, is that right? See, it's debatable. That time in my life when I was this Rizuki likeness, and I had all kind of bullies at school, even the teachers, some of them act like bullies in grade school, or the principals act like bullies. So the administration of Melvindale, they kind of didn't like me. But then again, they've had this law firm that, well, that's the neighbor. I don't know what involvement they had with the Melvin administration, or how many years were they involved with my life, because they were occasionally coming to class. But I don't want to be disrespectful to them. This is the problem here. They're claiming this, I think, and they never told me that. And that's really offensive to me. If somebody's claiming this, like being Ryuzuki, come on now. Do you understand that I'm taught to be spiritual as a Christian, and that's the most discriminated religion to follow if you're that spiritual? Also, how many people discriminate against me if I'm trying to be Jesus Christ? So should I tell Mr. I don't want to say their names, but I'm just saying the people involved in taking Shenmue away from me, can you understand? Now, this is another thing I want to say. The CEO of Sony is Christian in Japan. Let me look him up on YouTube. I need to say something here. I've heard, let me explain how I might know something or might not know something. I've heard my dad say something vaguely, somewhat, or whatever. Why does he kind of hint on Sony that I'm supposed to take over Sony? Was that it, Dad? What do you know about Sony, Dad? I had this. Oh, I have this friend's. One of their son's name is Sonny. Now, why is that? The friend's son. The friends are from West Virginia. His name is Sonny. Okay. You ever heard that song? Sonny came home. It's like a country song. These people are they're good people. They're friends, like family. They're from West Virginia. I grew up with them. They have another son named David. And then let me say this too, okay? Son named Sonny. So, okay. All right. I believe my dad, my own father, working at Ford Motor Company for how many years now? He started first at a company called the Staco. He's like this machinist person one day. So he started out first at a dime store, 1950s, working around here in Detroit. And then what happens? He works for a dime store, but then he's learning all these skills with tools, how to do things, make things, create things. Well, let me explain. Okay. I'm thinking of myself as an inventor for, okay, I did something creative. Okay. Well, maybe my dad made some things with tools or different things with steel later. Okay, whatever. See, the machinist has to make things made out of steel or whatever to make a production line run or something work. He like the machinist, the two and die, you know, CNC operator, whatever they are, different terms. See, they have to earn a journeyman's card. I remember my dad saying that he pounded the hell out of steel. He had to work for long hours, sometimes at Staco in Troy. So the way he interprets it, okay, he really, really worked hard in his youth. And like when he's married, he had a job. He was pounding steel, hard, hot steel. And, it's like the work at factories or even assembly lines can be really hard. I worked on the assembly line. And for some reason, I did not understand why. After about 3 days, or was it 3 weeks after? Okay, the assembly line started to stop, but I was doing perfect for like 3 days, or was it 3 weeks? I was doing perfect. I had no problems, no issues. I think maybe Ford Motor Company, there's some possibility there's something fixed that they stopped the line. Somebody was stopping the line saying that because this is the thing about myself. Now there's people that work at there's a lot of people that work at Ford, so I'm not going to say any names, but I'm just saying I'm kind of thinking it's possible maybe the line was screwing up and messing up on purpose because I was doing good for 3, 4, 5 days, 2 weeks or whatever, 3 weeks. I was doing good, I remember, at least for a few days. I was doing it perfect, the job. Nothing was stopping. Let me explain what my job was. I would make F-150 trucks. I built them. Now, I don't understand if I'm building them correctly and they taught me all the steps, it's about like 8 or 9 or 12 different steps, and you're doing each one by one by one, getting in the car. Yeah, you're getting a power drill, uh, screwing in the steering wheel, putting in this putting bolts on it, like screwing, tightening the steering wheel. Other parts, you know, some compartment under the feet, or the gas pedal, the brake, whatever, something electrical at the end or whatever it is. All these different things I'm doing, building these F-150s. Okay, and so it's not the body I'm building on the outside, but it's like the interior, and it's going one by one. So that's the building production. I'm not building the entire truck. Nobody builds an entire truck on the line, and it's no. There's like a production process it goes through. So there's like about 12, 9, 8 steps. I don't know how many, you know, but you have to keep up with it, and then you have to do the next one, and do the next one, do the next one. Now, I was doing so good with this. I was doing really good for a few days. And then, see, I had a job at Ford Motor Company. I had a job with the assembly line. And then all of a sudden, the line has problems. And it's not me making the problems. I don't even think it was me. I don't think I'm making problems. No. I am starting to believe, well, what am I? I need to get my DNA checked. What am I really? Because I'm interpreted as a dumb half breed here. I'm just a dumb half breed, right? Has anyone heard of Lorenzo Lamas? Well, he's what he is, and he's a martial arts movie actor. Has anyone ever heard of Chuck Norris? Maybe I should have said that actor. Uh, he's what? Is he half Native American? In Walker, Texas Ranger? Is he that in real life too? Carlos Ray, what nationality was Chuck Norris? Notice he has a mullet, but that mullet is just the way some people in Southwest look, because it's not just the 80s look. No, that's like a Southwestern Indian Native American look in a way, or it's like a Spanish look maybe, or how many Mexican guys can grow a mullet? Well, maybe European guys can grow a mullet too. If there's, I think people that are other nationalities can have a mullet too, but it's just the way your hair grows out. But that's like a common look of some people. So I'm not saying that's but generally, I always am used to seeing Chuck Norris with like a mullet kind of hair look. I've noticed Jean-Claude Van Damme with a mullet in Hard Target. It's like a way, maybe it's like a way it looks better, but it's like common in some cultures. I mean, I guess Mexican culture, they got a lot of people with mullets. I mean, I think it's like a look. It's not like genetics, but it might be genetics more. And then it's a trend. It's a look at the time. Right. So nothing. Not saying people are being racist or being discriminating. No, I don't ever want to say that in America. I hate the word discrimination in America. I realize I've said that word many times on the broadcast. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anybody by saying the word discrimination. I don't like saying that word. It's a powerful word. Or, these are words that might be powerful, but they have to be said if they're becoming necessary sometimes. Or have if you're educated, and not to say that no one is, or you're not. I'm not saying I'm arrogant like that, but there's a word called prejudice. There's a word called racist. There's a word called, you know, unacceptance. Unacceptance. So that's like kind of giving reference to a word of maybe some discriminatory reference, maybe, but it could be any word. That you got to pick up a thesaurus, look up on acceptance, and how that might be some kind of a reference to another word, because some words, when they're said, they cause controversy, anger, madness, hatred. It might cause a lot of hatred from someone. You say that word, if I say that word, it might make people hate me. I don't want that. I don't want people to hate me, but when I'm saying something, I have to say something to stand up for my civil rights. in every way, it's never that I want people to not like me, but when people don't know me, what can I do to help myself if the world is wrapped over my, if there's like a veil over everything and I'm not informed properly by somebody who people are, I'm moving in the Riverview, Michigan, then how am I going to know? How would I know the person across the street is a good, decent man? How would I know the person next to me is a good, decent neighbor, family, whatever? Like, who can I trust if I don't know them? But I knew them already. See, this is like the problem I have with the teacher. I forgot that that the teacher said in the changing room, he says you need to know the names, and I'm saying say it again. Might as well say it. Said remember that name, Charles Skupin or Skupinski or something. See, this is like a short version of Skupinski. Now he was saying that he's Russian, Mr. Savoy, and he's related to Charles being the Russian because I remember him going in and out of the changing room. I remember him in the changing room, Mr. Skupin, at times. Let's be honest about some of this here. So I remember the man and the wife, which is the mother, the kids. Okay, so this family, these were very different people back then than they are today, and all of them were different in some ways. Well, okay, so when it came time to spar, okay, now that's okay. Did you know that one move I do remember from sparring has inspired a move in Shenmue that is called Shadow Step. Shadow Step from there's this bum guy kind of like from Shenmue 1. So let me give an explanation more clear here. What this is representing here, all right. I'm trying to, maybe I try to talk like I'm a teacher or something. Well, I might be, but I'm trying to teach people, I'm trying to inform people to tell them what I know because I have to do this anyway. I have to live my own life. So this is what I'm saying. It's like, right, okay, so you're at the Yokosuka Harbor. When Ryuzuki's at the Yokosuka Harbor, when it's at nighttime, there's like a hobo bum guy. He knows Iwa Hazuki. All right, so this is the storyline of Shenmue. Now, what he's teaching, was it Kobujitsu or was that like something about that guy is his hairline or something. There's an Italian man that used to live behind me here. His name was Vince, and then the wife's name was Gracie. They were very nice, decent Italian couple. Now, what I need to say is that so I know they're Italian, and I remember the first time I moved in here, they said this is a quiet, nice area. It's nice to meet you. And well, okay, they don't know that I'm a good person. Maybe they do know, but they are referencing that this is a quiet area. This is a nice, uh, peaceful area. I like to think of this community review being nice and peaceful here. So this is why I don't belong in Ryuzuki here. Okay, I shouldn't be here being like this. I notice we have all these kids today. You know, going back to 1999, there's all these kids on these little scooters, but like motorized things. Well, that's fine. They can do that, but it's not the way it was in that year. Back then, I remember it was like a peaceful, Catholic, spiritual kind of a community, it seemed like, in so many ways. I remember like it being very peaceful in 1999. I came here. Something about the community was special. Okay, so I go outside, that the air was more special. Something about the peace in the air, something about the quality of life kind of was special that everybody had, I think. And you know, the people living behind me, that I've heard they're spiritual people and they're Catholic. And then now, okay, so I knew that. Now I always respected Vincent Grace. I always did. I always respected them. It's just like, you know, they're outside reading a book or whatever. Okay. But how did he know? Did Vince know me beforehand? You know, let me say this about him. I remember this guy. I think there was like a song that came on the radio, and I don't really know for certain, but what was that song? What did it go like? There's some song by, and it's kind of making me think about Vince. But maybe I'm starting to think maybe now I think it was reminding me of him, and he's reminding me of something. Maybe perhaps he didn't understand me in some ways. Maybe that song is kind of understanding me, but maybe in a way it's. But see, this because this is how spiritual I am. Even though I'm starting to kind of forget that I remember what the song was or whatever, but I think there was a song. It was a positive song, but it might not have been interpreted all correctly. But that's because I know I am spiritual from being spiritual in 1995, following Christianity and maybe other religions in some ways. But, you know, I was a very spiritual Christian that year. And then, so the reason I'm bringing up other religions, anybody who's a spiritual person, you're supposed to study all religions, all faiths, all backgrounds if you're spiritual. You're supposed to know about cultures, backgrounds, be educated about history. That's normal, even if I'm like, say, Protestant. Okay. So, right. So if I'm Protestant and saying I'm that, you have to understand the differences between Protestantism and the Book of Acts or whatever. You know, that's beyond the Torah. Understand how that references maybe to what Catholicism and difference between Catholicism and that. You know, you have to know what they're talking about and know that okay, maybe I need to think like something different, behave different. It's all different. But now Catholic people, I don't really. I have a lot to learn. Maybe in some ways, I wish I had years of understanding Catholicism. I wish I knew it more. Now that's okay. Well, I don't know what to do, but I can't go back and be younger like that. But then again, I have been spiritual at times in my life, and if I'm going to try to be spiritual enough again to get something done, to make something happen, to work for me, you know, I do apply myself to trying to know somebody enough if there's opportunity available, and I know it's like a safe opportunity because see, this is another thing about me. These martial arts that I do, okay, well, that's what I did growing up as a kid. Like now, when I'm a kid, there's bullies naturally. There's a lot of bullies in school, but it's not that somebody's just gonna fight with a bully and hurt somebody. Somebody gets hurt, or they both get hurt, or somebody gets killed. You know, it's like fights can be insanely dangerous. So I do understand why Vince would say this is a peaceful area. It's nice to meet you. You know, it's just like he said, like but he was there. He was friendly. He was friendly. He was a nice man. I remember him as a good man, and he's a very good man. It just, you know, he minded his business. I minded my business, but I always knew this like a special person to want to walk, take care of his health. He's special for doing that. And then, you know, I told him one time, I said, you know, thank you for the vegetables you gave I said, thank you for the vegetables all those years. I did tell him that when he was just before he I heard he passed in the past few years ago. But I always remembered he's a good person. Now, so this song, I think there might have been a song that was kind of referencing. It seemed like there might have been a song. There might have been, but maybe it was like a secret kept. And I don't know because it kind of seemed like, well, okay, so what I'm saying was it that the disc jockey said something in reference to that song has some meaning? Because I don't know how much. See, when you write songs or you have some kind of creative works, well, there's something called intellectual property and royalties. Well, it's fine that they did. If there's something that they did good for them, they're good people. Vincent Grace, I always remember them as good, decent people. Now, me myself, I okay when I'm doing these martial arts, the karate, and I'm contributing this to uh, to Sega, to Japan, to uh, see, this is what I was doing also for Japan, so I'm acting like an ambassador to Japan when I'm only 14. So the nobility of what I did is special, and there's one name on the degree. It's not that what I did should ever be, you know, misinterpreted or given to someone else that because I'm supposed to feel sorry for someone. I'm not thinking I should feel sorry for the teacher or the teacher's colleague, one of his dons. I never thought I should feel sorry for Joey Raymond to say, I should share this. Like, see, this is like the problem here. Now, let me explain this furthermore. In the changing room, at times, there's been some problems in the changing room. Oh, at first, when the teacher wanted to test me, okay, from this is a likeness of Shenmue the animation. And I do remember I took clear pictures of that time about the orange line shaded. Okay, there's something about an orange belt. Something in reference. I have memories about an orange belt. The teacher first promotion, he was orange or green belt. I think it was okay. I don't remember which one, but it probably was orange belt, the furthest degree in orange belt, his first promotion. So that's what I'm saying. I thought I was going to be all the way going up to orange belt at first testing because they'd start out at gut testing. But now that's just a colored belt. But see, what I did is so much more than just Tang Su Do. The keyword is Do. That I did so much more than Do art, than one Do art. How many different Do arts? Korean Do arts, Japanese Do arts. Maybe you could even say some Kempo. Okay, Kempo is not a Do art, but well, Do. Like I got to do more research on Kempo, but that's something different. Like Ed Parker's version, what is it? I got to research it more, dude. They don't have a Do at the end, but there's a No at the end. But see, like there's Do arts. I have to understand. See, Kempo might be like a. I think if it's like that might be like sometimes it's like an application they use of a martial arts system to like another martial arts system of something like a Korean or because it's actually like a Japanese martial art fighting style. Sometimes the Japanese martial arts are well, and maybe not sometimes, but the Japanese martial arts, as far as I know, some of them they're like Sioux arts. Now, the Su arts are okay. So Jujitsu originally comes from Japan, and then ninjutsu comes from Japan, and then there's other arts. Okay, but I know. See, it doesn't matter about the knowledge sometimes that I know versus the talent that I really have. Now, I had this opponent that I went up against at a tournament, and I'm not even trained. I'm not even living the right life. That guy had too much clear advantage to look victorious and better, even though he had some gray and white hairs on the side of his head. It doesn't mean nothing. He has a very good life. He's respected like a human being, more than a human being. So that's the problem I have with that opponent at the tournament. He's respected by people. He's living a normal life. I'm not having that. I'm having severe discrimination problems in North America for how many years? Now, this is the bigger problem here. It doesn't mean that I can't be this way again. It doesn't mean that I'm not Ryosuke. It doesn't mean that I'm not Jin Kazama and all those glorious guys. It means that there's people right here in Michigan. They could be in this community of Riverview too. I think they are, but they don't know me. You don't know me personally because you don't come up to me and want to show interest in me. You might talk to my. I'm not saying who you are, but I'm not saying you're something wrong with you, but I am saying that when people don't talk to people and tell me who they are in life, what their status is, who they are, I wish I knew that if there's neighbors that they relate to my teacher. Well, I remember you going into class there. I remember your face. I remember your head being okay. That guy next door is a likeness of Master Chen. That's what I'm thinking he is because I remember Raymond Savoy hurt his leg at some time at the end of class. I remember during like training one time. I think it was from like a real fight. There was like a big fight at Baptist Park in 1995, a huge, huge fight or battle or something. But I don't even know. Okay, I didn't know there was a fight or something. What am I supposed to do? I'm confused. If the karate teacher says in class, what does he say? He says he says the true martial artist is the one who walks away from the fight. That's the best thing to do. Blah, 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 blah. The true martial artist, one who walks away from a fight. Okay, now this is what they teach in the Federation, right? But, you know, now see, at the time, I'm confused. I'm confused. Okay, what does read between the lines mean? When you say that to me and I'm 14 years old in the changing room, I'm supposed to read between the lines of what he's saying there. He wanted me to fight with these other students. The teacher, he wanted me to fight with them. He wanted me to, and even if you killed some of them, that's okay. Don't worry about it, Ryan. Because I had the talent and the power to kill so many kids. They were kids. They were big bullies, big guys, my size. I could have killed them all with striking them with my legs. They'd be dead instantly. That's the power of this guy. I'm really powerful. I don't think I see when I land a kick on somebody's head that year. I think it's going to come off them like it's going to fly off them and hit the locker like a bloody mess, like coming off them like a sword. That's what I'm thinking because the power I had in my body was really different then. But that's because I have the talent, I have the power, I have the training. Um, See, I'm also having the status of youth that makes girls like me too. And see, when girls like you, well, they like me, okay? But that's just the thing about this too. You're only as young as you make yourself to be. Now, honestly, really, I know I can do this again. I think I can. So I do not believe that I should be denied the opportunity to be Ryuzuki in the entertainment industry. I don't believe I should ever be denied that opportunity. I don't believe that Mr. Yu Suzuki should deny me. I don't believe that Mr. Yu Suzuki and Mrs. Suzuki, they should not talk to me. I think they should really know me personally. I don't believe that the Skupin family is honest 100% of the time. Make it clearly known. I don't believe a law firm, any law firm, I don't believe, and I have common sense, I'm a really good man, a noble man, a very honest man, a truthfully respectful, noble, good man. I'm a good man too. I don't believe any law firm is ever 100% honest. Do you? Do you understand? Well, I'm talking to you, everybody, the public. Can we understand what an attorney has to do sometimes to win a case? If you can understand what a lawyer is and what a police officer is, now how they're different and how they're alike, more maybe that's more the stronger point, how they're similar too. That's probably the stronger reference to make note of how police are just like attorneys. Notice I'm using the concept of what they're like, how they're similar, okay? See, this is what I'm saying too. Sometimes, and people are people, it's not that they're all the same, because not everybody is the same. I don't believe that really. Maybe somebody would say that, they want to say that because they're so intelligent to put it like that. Let's just say that. Let's just say that. We're just going to say that. We're just going to say that. You ever hear that term, that kind of wording? We're just going to say that. Yeah, we're going to say that. Kind of expression. We're just going to say that. We're gonna we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. There's tactical ways that attorneys and even police have to take, or they don't have to take. They have to take, or they don't have to take to be a winner, to make people believe they're better and they're the winner and they look better. At the end, they're better. So I'm living next door to, you know, they're educated people, but okay, now this girl that is in my life at the time, this is like a problem for me. Okay, and if you know about this Sarah in my history, because she's a likeness of Nina Williams, Cammy from Street Fighter 2. How many others do I know? Maybe Sarah from Virtual Fighter. That's possible. She's definitely the likeness of Joy. And how many other likenesses? I believe another newer one, since I dated Sarah and I went to Florida with her one time. Peach Girl, the animation, Japanese animation. Find Peach Girl. I have pictures I post up online recently. Now there's a lot more pictures of me and Sarah. I'm going to talk about me and Sarah for now, right now, for a minute or so. Me and Sarah, we went through a lot of things, yes. And I don't think she's a bad person. I don't think she's a bad person. In fact, I have some love for Sarah. I have some love in my mind and my heart for her family, for Sarah. I really do. I really, really do. Because, see, this is another thing I need to bring up too. She went to this Baptist Park Middle School, the Wildcats, in 1995. Now, how I know this, I do believe Mr. Cook and Mrs. Bryles should stand up for me in court just to admit this. Assuming that the Cook family, well, I don't know if Mr. Cook is around nowadays. or Mrs. Sprouse is around nowadays. See, I'm trying to find, and I do remember Kimberly Boyd was an employee at that Speedway right near my house. I don't even know if I should say her name, but I wanted her to be safe and family, everyone to be safe. Yeah, there's this law firm next door, and I don't want anybody I'm saying or anybody I remember to be in danger. Because sometimes I'm kind of believing those people believe in elimination. They believe in assassination. And I don't like to just say that because that's like the thing about some laws. The lawyers and police, they can bend or break the law. They can do that. But that's the problem with the law. And I don't know them personally like I should know them. Now, that being said here, when my brother Rudy, now I understand and I have reasons to believe he's a likeness of Ren of Heavens. This is my brother I grew up with when I'm younger. When I'm younger, he's a fat kid. He's heavy, he's obese, he's really fat. He lost that weight. He lost it, he got into shape, he ran, he did everything he could. He's not naturally skinny when I knew him. He might naturally be fit, slender. His genetics conform to being like that. See, when you eat food, when you eat meat, your body creates its own DNA. That's why they say sometimes it's better not to eat much meat at times. It's not my choice to have a Whopper Jr. It's not my choice to have Taco Bell. I don't want Taco Bell. I don't want meat. Sometimes I don't even want it. It's not really my choice, but then again, see, it's not my choice to not have food. Okay? Now, you know, I want my family to be safe. Kyle there's another guy. Okay? He don't even answer my phone calls. See, this is another thing about this Kyle guy. This is a problem with him in a way. I'm sensing that I'm believing. I find reasons to believe. I don't think he's honest with me at times. He's telling me he's not being open and honest with me. I need to know something more about this guy because he knows Sarah. He knows her. He does know her. I remember her one time ducking down. Khalil ducks her head down. He's driving his Honda Black Accord. And I noticed that for one moment. I did look, and I saw her, Sarah Bach, next to Kalo Khan. This is like 2018 or 19 or no, this is probably 2021 or 23 or 24. I don't know which year this was. This was not that long ago. It seemed maybe it might have been 2022 or 1. But there's one time it ducked the head down. Now, why is he hanging around with this Sarah girl? See, their secret, what they do. Sarah Bach, she knows Kalo Khan. She knows him. He's not getting away with this. I don't think he should. What does he know about Sarah Bach? What dealings does he have? See, this is another thing going on. Mohammed Khan, Bashar, okay, and Khalil Rahman Khan, they do have history with me. And this is a problem maybe with Pakistan. It could be. Well, I got to bring it up. I'm American. I have every right to live my own life. I've got to say the truth here. Now, these are guys that they're in my history, yes. But the problem I'm having is that they're they're hiding some secrets. See, this is what's going on. They did send me emails about Florida or something. They were going to invite me to go to Florida. And what year was that? Let me think. It was like 2013. Was it? Was it 2015, 14? Which one was it? I don't really remember. But see, now there's one year I had some problem and I just deleted my full email address. Oh, it was a Hotmail email address. Okay, so I deleted an email address. Right. Okay. So I say that. Okay, but this is like what I'm saying here is that okay, what was supposed to happen? I was supposed to go. Was I supposed to go to Florida? Was I supposed to go there? Is this before the first Kickboxer movie came out? Was I supposed to be selected originally to be the Kurt Sloan in the new Kickboxer movie? I believe there's some reason for that I was supposed to be, because, well, it's possible. Now, this is another thing I'm trying to say too. Let me get it all out. I put it on my online that I went to Florida in 2013. Oh, okay. I went there to Daytona Beach. I've got pictures of that. Stayed at a residence inn. So what happened there? Um, I went there. I remember we had our dogs still, and sometimes they're loud barking. Well, they might have disturbed the neighbor. All right, but that's just what happened, whatever. But now let me say, on the trip, something else, or I went somewhere. Let me explain. Okay, so you know, I might as well say a little more here or there. Tutti Frutti Rudy or Trudy fruit roll up. Tutti Frutti Rudy Trudy Machete. Between the lines, Machete. Danny Trejo. Alba. Alma Rebelde. Alba Rebelde. Alba Rebelde. Alba Rebelde. Rebelde. RBD. R. R. Alba D. Devil Jin wins. I don't laugh like that exactly, but I don't force it. You know, I mean, am I that? It's just a joke anyway. Haha. I also am doing the moves of Kazuya Mishima at times. Fifth grade elementary school was his name, Mr. Popovsky, the gym teacher. I remember I saw him a few times, or now and then at Myers, Southgate. I think it was a guy. I think that was him, Mr. Popovsky, a different Popovsky, not the Hapkido teacher, uh, Polish guy. He's like someone that I remember from Evans, was a fifth grade teacher, gym teacher. Okay. I did this one leg move that Kazuya Mishima does. The guy in a tournament, well, actually, he's able to do that to me too in the tournament. Let's talk about his moves in the tournament. He does these jump spinning side kicks. He lands back in a fighting stance. All this guy was doing in the tournament that day at the 2022 Silverado tournament. So let me explain this. This is a likeness of a Tekken 8. The tournament, I inspired the moves with Jin from Tekken 8. Right? Okay, those are my moves. I do them at the gym sometimes. Yes, I do. Those are the moves actually that I did before the tournament started. There's cameras everywhere. Okay, I don't know where they're at, but they must have been there. Somebody saw me do these. I don't know. Somebody knows. But those moves, they're inspired Jin Kazama. I have this Reebok hoodie. It comes from the United Kingdom. It's called the Noble Fight. It's the same color that they use for the likeness of Jin Kazama in Tekken 8. I used to have this keychain. It was Adidas. What was it? Adidas. Bunkai. Adidas kind of a kanji character, whatever keychain. I don't know what I do with it nowadays. I used to have these keychains that they're like these. They're called lances, but I had it hanging out on my back of my on the side of my leg. I used to wear lances, when I'm working at Prospect Airport Services too. I used to work there. I remember this girl. I helped her in the airport. She was her name was her name. I still remember it today. Imiko Yamashita. How do you say in Japanese? Imiko Yamashita. Now I do remember I helped her get from one terminal to her gate. Okay, let me explain. Actually, okay, is in the terminal. The way to say it. So it was actually in the B. No, no. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you're right. Maybe at the time there was a B concourse in a different area, but there was like some terminal. Okay, it was the McNamara. It was the McNamara terminal, or DTW 20. What year was it? 2004. One of the first passengers I helped get to one point to another. I don't normally say her name, but I remembered her. Okay, well, she was special to me because I always wanted to go to Japan. I always wanted to go there, and I wish I had gone there a long time ago. But see, the problem I had all these years is that when the Don teacher decides to give my honors and my degree to the different recipient or recipients, plural, to different people, the wrong recipients, because they're not the one who truthfully earned this degree, the full degree, and it needs to be more elaborate and more fuller of what I should get back today. I do believe that. I need to get a whole lot back more today because of what I went through is a lot of hell and terrible discrimination that's really uncalled for. And I need to be victorious and my whole family be more victorious than maybe another family because it's not your right to show off just because you're. See, what am I going to say? You better go to Spain and be cool with my people there. I don't know what to tell people, okay? It's a big problem because Poland is not Spain, but everywhere I'm around here, it's like I'm in Poland, and that's the thing about this. I'm like Spain. I'm more like Spain all my life. I just didn't know that when I'm saying if I'm Mexican or whatever. See, you can't say that around here. Now, you're dumb Mexican if you say that, right? Skin tone don't belong in around here. That this is the problem with the stupid discrimination people might be like. I don't stink. Can't say my food stinks or my body stinks. I don't want to go there. That's just crap. Okay, let's get into that. But like, I think more like a clean Spanish man, a nice, fragrant, good smelling Spanish man. There's olives where I come from in Spain too. That's the way I'm proud. There's Spanish moss. There's saffron where I'm from. I don't think I should be nobody. See, this is what I'm saying about myself. I have my culture. I have the right to say what I am too. It's not all about somebody else wanting to, take everything from me. I don't think I ever deserve that. Come on now. See, I have every right to live my own life too, and I have every right to claim this, according to the words of the teacher in 1995. He says, He has every right to claim this. And he said that how many different times when he was presenting what the meaning of the degree was at the ceremony in the year of 1995. So Raymond Savoy, he says, before giving me the degree, he says, Ryan, this is your day. This is your day. Okay. Now, I'm not trying to be like a preacher or a pastor or anything really, but maybe at the time I was thinking that way. I was acting that way, and maybe I was. But now here's another way to say it. I was practicing Christianity, yes. I was doing that. I was believing in God and all those things, and I have that way about me today in some ways. Maybe I do, but maybe I have another way about me in another faith system too. But see, that's just the way I think sometimes. It's not that I don't believe, you know, what Christians might believe. I might believe what somebody else believes. So it's not that I want to discredit and only be on, harp only, or what am I going to say? I have to believe like I like today, or maybe back then too. You just don't talk about these things, and avail yourself that way unless that's what you want to be known for. You see, because see, that's the thing about me. I don't really want to be known for, like what somebody that's not respected. Overall, like I'm the more modernized kind of a guy. I have to be like more French in a lot of ways. I mean, I'm Spanish, but I like France too, Paris. I like that too. I want to be minded like that. My teacher's French. That guy that Savoy, that's French. He wants to look good. I like that last name too. That's a cool last name. That's a really cool last name, Savoy. It sounds like Dubois. Savoy. It's a cool name. The French. Let me explain. French is a very cool language, and it makes someone look better if you have status from being sophisticated for some reason, for who you know in your history. See, I really wish I knew Raymond's family. They're French. If they're related, I don't know how much they're related, but I know they're related somehow. Um, I remember Raymond's uncle. I'm not gonna say a name, but like I remember him, and like okay, well, I never knew. Okay, but my neighbors here, right here in Riverview, Michigan, right next to me, they all know each other. Oh, I never knew that. That's the same. When I was going to this church as a child, I had this blackout. One day, and like this anxiety uh, scenario. I had an anxiety attack, but I had this blackout. I blacked out for 30 minutes, and then the uncle reminds me of this likeness of Ghost of Tsushima. There's an uncle there. If I'm like Jen Sakai, he reminds me of the uncle, someone related to the teacher. He's saying that your parents will always be with you, or for whatever happens. I'm just saying like I don't want to think like something could happen to my own parents, but you never know. See, it's like okay, I just know that when people are like family, when people in my history are like my family, and I should know that all these years. I should know the teacher's family. If they're next door to me, I should really know them. But I never knew that. I never knew that. And that's what makes me really angry at that one person that was in my life. And I don't want you to feel bad, honey. It's just really that I understand you're doing these things. I think it was for your brother. And wow, that's crazy because then you got other people that might misinterpret that. But I think it was for him because I wondered why your family's always bragging up on him being such a great mechanic for fixing cars. That might be offensive, but I should know the truth about this Sarah person. Why are you always bragging on Brandon about how he fixes things with cars and that? That's probably, I think, honestly, and you don't have to tell me, they don't have to tell me, I'll figure it out myself. Probably Brandon did study mechanics and applied himself enough to learn how to fix cars, how to be like a mechanic. He has a mind like that. He learned about it. He studied it enough. Okay. And he can do that with video games too, right? He might have fixed my PlayStation 5 one day or 3, whatever it was. But that's good if you can do that. You're right back. Okay, yes. So I'm thinking more like Spanish person because it's because, I like better things in life, the finer things, they say, like the Steve Winwood song. You ever heard of that song, everyone? I know you have. What a catchy song that is. I even have it downloaded on my iTunes list. It's such a cool song, right? Sing that song is so old that it's like all they played on the radio at times. And it's another one they played, with John Cicada. It's all they played. That's all that was around. If it wasn't that, it was Green Day on 96.3, or it was another, band of some sort. But that's what I'm saying. It's like different then. Oh, right. So, some references. Let me explain this to you here. Some of these, let me explain really. Okay, there's like a disclaimer about Shenmue, and there is a disclaimer about Shenmue. Now, because there's a disclaimer about Shenmue, okay, that to me, respectfully to Japan and Mr. Suzuki, Sega, and all the above here, because there is a disclaimer about Shenmue, I understand it's the right uh, to them, it's the right. it's their right, and it's like it's only right for them if they're claiming that there's a disclaimer to disclaim that oh, there's a likeness of a Ryuzuki, there's a real likeness that is, see, okay, now I don't agree. It's the same goes for Tekken, Bandai Namco. I don't agree. That's the power of my mind. I remember something more. And the same goes for Inuyasha. I remember something more, truthfully. The same goes for maybe something else, but like you understand, everyone, like, see, this is what's going on here. Oh, right. So I remember more, and like, regarding the disclaimer that Shenmue does have. Well, I have to live my own life too. Now, I'm a really, really different guy, a really different human being, a different person because I did all these moves in like 6 months of class training, of karate class training. Bloop, 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 bloop. NSA, bloop, bloop, get off the icon. Bloop, 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 bloop. NSA, go to hell. Bloop, 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 bloop. It's like a dog. It's like a dog in the corner, like a bulldog behind the door, behind the couch. Okay, get out of here, NSA. Go away. I want to tell the NSA to piss me off a little there. All right, so I don't believe, I never believed that I was nobody. And I never believed that I should just keep suffering. Like if I finally figured something out, like this is what I remember Joey hinted on saying in the bathroom, the changing room, going in and out. Some of the Dons, people went in and out, or people, okay, you're supposed to go in there, do your business, and come out. You're supposed to go in there, if there's a locker room in there, change and go out. If it's to be a locker room, it's not today. Okay, you go in there, you go out. All right, so that's just the way I remember, Region 5 is nowadays, or well, I don't know what's going on there nowadays. Yes. All right, so now this is what I'm saying here. It's like this. Okay, so all right, so the disclaimer of Shenmue. I have to live my own life, so I interpret my life to be really different because that's really the strong way I feel inside because something's different. Something's just different about me since I was since I had that karate class, I've always been really different. I want people to really understand this truthfully. I'm a really, really different person because of that karate class. And it's not that I'm trying to show off or intimidate someone or say I'm better with doing karate or being a bigger guy. No, I'm not. And this is like the problem with me today, actually. See, nowadays, I mean, I'd have to have the right kind of lifestyle, live the right kind of life to give respect to everybody else, to show respect to other people. It's harder at times when, see, this is the problem I have. Knowingly that the history I have, see, these are like ideas, and this is like this, what I did with this teachers and that one teacher, and this is like, see, this is supposed to be what would have happened, but I didn't sign contracts at the time. I didn't officially know to do that, or maybe I did sign some contract, but I'm age 14. Maybe I did sign a waiver or some agreements or something, but I'm age 14. Now, this is what I need to say here. Because I'm that age, I can understand respectfully and truthfully, I can definitely understand why they would want to maybe say, okay, let's have Joey claim this for now. In a way, I can understand that that might be is the right word to say it. It could be a viable option. It could be something that could be something that could be a good choice or whatever. Okay, I don't know, but it was an option for them. They depicted it to be, even though I'm knowing I'm saying that well they should well here's the thing about royalties and intellectual property. It can be shared. It can be shared amongst a group of people, whether it be smaller or more vast, small or large. You know what I'm saying? Like it can be spread out, the royalty money under intellectual property of who's owning this intellectual property, who's owning and deeming to where it goes to. See, intellectual property is supposed to be like, see, who owns that? Well, I'm the one creating these things. So, okay, it needs to be. I really believe that Shenmue. Now I'm talking about Shenmue here. They need to review the real history of Shenmue, and they're not saying that regarding the disclaimer. They're not saying that. Mr. Yu Suzuki, he's still not saying that. Now, I don't want to ever offend Mr. Suzuki, especially, since what happened, what was never supposed to happen in 1995. Perhaps one incident, one could say, perhaps they're out, it's locked. Hello, I'm Ryuzuki of the Hazuki Dojo in Yamanose. Now, it doesn't mean, oh, there's something wrong with my brain or I'm acting this way because I'm bipolar. No, that's not it. I'm not sleeping. I'm bipolar. No, that's not it. See what this means. I'm talented. As a natural voiceover, I could make my voice like something else too. But that has to be, manifested how it would sound and interpreted on its own time. It's just, see, that's another profession. It's like a voiceover talent that I have too. But I just, I don't use these talents. It's not really good, maybe, for me to only be a voiceover because, see, that's the thing about me. I have talent for that, but given the fact that let me explain this. Given the facts here, the lifestyle I've had over all these years, and then the fact that I know actually what was not given to me ever, like never, nothing, not one single penny, not one single dime or penny. See what I'm saying here? Now I'm just saying here that what is going on here is like that. It's not like it's healthy. It's not healthy for anyone to just go through these kind of things and never get compensated. But not only that, it's not just the compensation here nowadays. Now that I know what went wrong after the teacher did tell me to meditate, now that I figured it out nowadays, now that I figured out what really went wrong in some ways, now that I realize what really happened with this Sarah girl, how she put a wedge between me and everybody, especially me and Raymond at times. Now that I know, okay, now that I know she's from the karate class, she was 11, I'm 14. Now that I know, I wondered what are they talking about? Japanese vintage toys. See, I kind of remembered the degree, and I knew it was special that year when they're saying, "Oh, those are your toys, Ryan." Like they kind of laughing and joking. Okay, well, they didn't see. Let me explain. I didn't really. When the teacher did bring up, he says, "Ryan, do you like toys?" I said, "What?" I said, "Well, I guess I do. I kind of like toys, but I'm trying to grow out of toys, and uh, I do video games, and then I'm trying to do this martial arts. I'm trying to do this for real." I said, I mean, toys like I have Ninja Turtles or GI Joes, or whatever. I don't know what to do about them. How many times my parents buy me toys and give it to me for Christmas or birthdays or just sometimes on occasion on the weekends when Toys R Us was on Eureka Road in Southgate, Michigan, or it was from maybe from like a Children's Palace store before it became Best Buy. You know, the history in this downriver community is special in some ways. I might have been in a line waiting for a PlayStation 3 or whatever, but then again, I might have been in Lincoln Park, Michigan, who's the real likeness of Ryo Hazuki. And what became special to Sony PlayStation. Get out of here, NSA. Get out of here, NSA. The NSA is trying to intervene. Get out of here. What's going on? Okay, so, like these kind of things going on in my history, yeah, they're crazy. I remember, Raymond, he's asking me, saying, you should get to know them. Okay. I'm wondering, like, it's funny in a way. I kind of thought those two girls were kind of cute looking that I was sparring against at times. And I didn't think they were bad looking girls. They looked like kind of cute, pretty girls. But I was wondering, why are they like mad? Or they weren't mad, but they were mad, but they didn't understand, like, karate where we're training is not like, okay, let me give for example. I went to the World of Martial Arts College, and what is a black belt there? Okay, I don't want to be offending this guy if he's still around. Okay, Ivan S. Striker, compared to what he's like there, and compared to what I'm like back then, and with the Dons, the black belts, who actually have a black belt too, what they're like, what he's like, that talent from World of Martial Arts College. Is that guy still around? Ivan S. Striker? I don't know him, but I don't want to offend him. See, this is like the problem here. Now, in a way, he might be a special person in another country. He might be a special person somewhere, but that's the problem here. I tried to understand. I wanted to get to know Ivan at times. I went to the World Martial Arts College when I was around in Ruby, Michigan. Uh, at some time, I remember the son of a Grandmaster Ahmed, and now I wanted to maybe know Jason Ahmed later, and I wanted to know Ivan S. Striker before Jason Ahmed or both of them. But see, I'm not looking like this guy. I'm not having the talent of this guy. A few years later, like I took this medicine. I had no choice. It felt like I had no choice. I didn't know what to do. See, this is like the it's like it's called a dilemma. Has anyone ever heard of the term, the look it up in the dictionary, dilemma? D-I-M, okay, so let me explain. Dilemma. Dilemma. That might be the way you spell it. Dilim. Yeah, I don't know. It's like dilemma. Just say it into the iPhone or something. Dilemma. Okay, I could figure it out, but I know the term is called dilemma. See what I'm referencing to when I have, I think I had multiple dilemmas in my life at the time because I don't know what the outcome's going to happen to us to another situation, and this is what the Dons went through. How many dilemmas are there going on in their minds? Different students, especially me being the most controversial student that year they've probably ever had in history. It's just too many things going on. The Melvindale School District was different at the time. Nowadays it's called Mohammed something different. Okay, I'm just saying they're probably acting more like a sophisticated people nowadays, and it's not the original American historical. See, this is the original Ryuzuki in America. He's from America. He's actually me, but this is what. See, I have the real mind of creating these ideas that started out making Shenmue for what it is special for here. That needs to be, notable too. Is like, you know, I can create these video games. I can think of really good ideas. I have that in me. I have the best ideas for Shenmue. But in other words, let me explain this too. If I'm not respected for these ideas that I have, the bright ideas, the best ideas, if I'm not respected, if I'm not paid money for these things, given a job for doing this, that's why I think I need to be on Team U. If I'm not given employment and a house in Japan, let me explain this to everybody. I think what needs to happen for my life, truthfully, let's be honest here. I think I should be given a fair chance, at least to become Ryuzuki again, the real one in real life, with the full talent of doing every single move. Try to do it if I can. Let me see if I can do it again. Look like what would be the real Hazuki, the real one in history. Do we want, see, how to explain this? Just because somebody is from Japan, okay, they're from Japan, or their family's Japanese, or they're from California, or maybe they're from Ann Arbor. The guy I was up against at the tournament, he wore clothing like he's from University of Michigan Ann Arbor, maybe. Or maybe he's from U of M Dearborn area. Might have a picture of him. I don't say nothing. I don't say nothing, do I? But that's what I'm saying. He's dressed in, what is it? Blue and gold jacket that day. Now, who is this person? Nobody even told me who he was. I'm not mental. I'm not bipolar. Do you know why? The medication doesn't work for me anyway. But yet, I maintain enough mental competence and stability still today, 2 years later. So, this is what I'm saying here. I can understand this guy, he has a superior attitude about him. I can tell he's got a superior way. I don't even know who this person is, but I do believe he might know people that I should have known. And that kind of, from my perspective, I should know the people in my history and the women in my history like I'm sexy because I'm Ryu Hazuki. That's really offensive to what I did for Japan. That's offensive to me because I did this for Japan. I acted as an ambassador for Japan in America when I'm 14 years old. I don't know how good this guy was when he was my age, but I probably, I'm not probably, but I'm saying I don't know how good he is at 13, 14 years of age. This opponent, what I'm depicting, he's probably not really as good as me. because he's probably not as powerful as me at that age. I like to see videos of how good he was at that age. And if we have to have another match because people don't want me to look better than him around here, or people want me to be the real Ryuzuki in Japan, or parts of Europe want me to be the real one. See, this guy, all he's doing at the tournaments, he's trained, he has a good life, but that's the problem. Am I facing a problem with this family? Because I don't know who this guy is. Is he alive? Is he dead? Maybe he's given a different identity so I can live my life too. I don't know how the police are going to interpret this guy to me because they don't tell me nothing anyway. The police won't even take a report about this degree. That's offensive too in the city of Riverview, Michigan. They don't want to say nothing. Really. I'm cocky as hell too. I can be that. I don't have to make people think I'm Japanese or I look like I'm only Japanese. See, that's the thing about me. I might be Asian like him too, and in some ways, because of Tekken, Bandai Namco history, maybe I'm Japanese too. But I don't know. Am I Arabic? Why can I move this special way too? I don't really know what's going on with my mind or body, but maybe I'm Hawaiian in some way. See, I don't know what am I. I have this talent. I can do these things. Sometimes I remind myself of Mark Dacascos, like from the movies, the best ones. He does. Only is strong. That was an inspirational movie to me at some times. So, all this knowledge in me, I know something more and always something more. Now, this guy, I don't know who he is. I don't know who he is. I don't know his name. I don't know his name. I asked the teacher, do you know his name? And he wouldn't tell me. I asked the teacher, Oscar Severa, Sensei Severa, I told him, I said, I said, I'd like to study, what is it called? They don't call it kendo. They call it, what is it? So it's just the drawing art of some samurai art. Yaido. Okay, Yaido. This is the drawing samurai art. Kendo's like where you wear fencing, armor, samurai armor. Okay, it's like with bamboo. It's something different in some ways. Some ways different than like may say maybe the drawing fashion art of Yaido. So knowing all these things, right? I know that if the truth be told, and the truth is being told by me too. Now I'm not trying to offend the truth be told here right now. I am in no way trying to offend Sarah's brother or the neighbor next door, the attorney. I'm not trying to offend him. I think there's a lot of men that might be offended by me. But I'm not trying to offend you. It's just that I think so highly of myself. I think so highly of myself. I think really highly of myself. Just because I fall down 7 times and get up 8, it does not mean that I thought the other opponent was ever better than me. I never thought that because he's trained, but I don't get trained. That's not fair. I'm not trained. And if he knew me like Ryuzuki as a white belt, I don't think it would have been the same outcome. So I don't want to be offensive even to the other opponent, but I'm not trained. I'm not living a healthy lifestyle. And if everybody wants to see a real fight, maybe a kickboxing match, I mean, honestly, I don't care about this jiu-jitsu kind of trend of, I mean, I like Brazilian girls. Yeah, yes. And Brazilian people are cool. I like more like capoeira. I like art more than, brute kind of fights, like brutal, homosexual looking. I'm not making fun of gay people, but you know, homosexual looking fights. I mean, you can rape somebody in the butt in the street and think you're better. Okay, what are you going to do? I mean, right, right. I'm just giving reference of maybe a hashtag, perhaps, but you know, like Sweet 16, 20, 2020. This is 2020, 2020. Is that Barbara Walters who says that? Who says that? I kind of forgot. I think my claims need to be brought up on, NBC Nightline about Shenmue. I don't really want to reference much about that street fight that one night in 2016 to the neighbor. I think it's better to just let that go. I actually think it's better to be at peace with the neighbor's family because I know they're involved somewhat. How to explain this? I did hear a lot of things going on one night in 2016. Whatever happened there, okay, I believe this kid I was friends with, Jeremiah Lowry. I do remember he had a broken neck in 2016. Now I don't know what happened there. I know he had his daughter. He introduced me to his daughter, Claire. Okay, he just said him and his wife just had a daughter, but he had a broken neck. So I'm okay. I'm just saying, and I heard a lot of Rice Krispies treats being eaten outside too. It's like, that's one of actually talking about cereal. I like I might like when I'm a kid Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. They're great. Maybe I like what is it? Pops. They call it pop cereal. The one that's like these corn balls or something. I don't even know. There's so much, like, so many cereals out there. But all you really need is Cheerios. Get to know those cheerleaders and get to know them. Keep eating your Cheerios. They're good for your heart. Talk to the cheerleaders if you can get to know them, if they accept you. Maybe I can get to know the cheerleaders in football. I like cheerleaders. You like oranges. I like apples more. You like oranges more. I like apples more. Maybe I like oranges more. See, it's kind of like both ways. I mean, I don't think I need to be a stranger to the next door neighbor. I never want to defend a neighbor. Never, never. I just have a problem with not knowing. See, the fact really remains, the fact is real. It's very, very real and vividly real that I'm having my memories come back to me at times. And because they're coming back to me at times, now I don't know if it's the healthiest thing. Maybe it's really unhealthy in some ways to meditate like that. And that's how I remember things again, with nobody ever telling me. But this is all I can do. Okay, the girl that was from the class, she didn't tell me nothing that I needed to know. I didn't even know she was from the class. She wouldn't tell me that. She wouldn't tell me she knew the teacher. She wouldn't tell me she was from the class in 1995. She wouldn't tell me she's from the hayride when I'm younger. And her brother there was that Michael Hurst who was painting something on your brother's face. A clown actor there, something that might have been him. It kind of looked like him, perhaps. Perhaps. You see what's going on, everybody? I've been in Michigan a long time. To me, Michael Hurst is the likeness of Axel Stone. because I remember the blonde hair, he had at the time or times. I remember also him training with that this certain lighter blue headband, like certain some kind of a lighter blue bandana. It wasn't really a headband; it was more like a bandana because he wrapped it around. He wrapped it around his head, and it's like a karate bandana. He wore it in class sometimes, and he did some fancy moves, powerful fancy moves. He's a really cool guy, this Mr. Hurst. But he did remind me a lot of Axel Stone. I never forget him. He's a really good teacher to me. And he was like, see, at the same time when I trained with him in 1995, he's also this guy that so he's a likeness of Axel Stone to me ever since I met him. The first day of training in karate class, I do remember Mr. Kyosanem Michael Hurst was he was 17 years old at the time, and I was 14 years old at the time. The karate teacher Kyosanem Savoy, he was 22 years of age. I was 14 years of age. That's still quite the difference. The other two Dons, well, I don't really remember their age, but I have reason to believe I could tell now. Now one of them has a likeness to me of this Baek Dun San, the Korean Taekwondo martial artist of Tekken video game series. That's also Joey, the Joyce to me. And then is how many more likeness do we have here that I really, a lot of these people, how to explain this? A lot of these people are coming from Wayne County, Detroit. Sometimes my dad, my dad asks me, he says to me, he says, Brian, if you know how to get those royalties or intellectual property, he says, if you know how to get those royalties, you should get them. If you know how to get that, you should get that. He says to me, my dad says, I don't know how you can get that. He says, I can't figure it out. He says, if you think you can get that, I think you should be getting that. He says, I can't figure that out. My own dad says it to me sometimes. He says, I can't figure out how to get those royalties. I mean, I guess I can't either. How do I get that? So if I get that, guess what? Let me explain this to everybody right now. If I get royalties, I'm going to get a lot more than just royalties. A lot of money, but let me explain what's in it for you, for everybody. What's in it for everybody is a changed city of Detroit, a new Detroit, one that's past the history of Detroit, beyond that, moving on, one day, moving on. The problem with Detroit to me is that they're stuck in the past. They live in their past. It's not only about Motown here. I like Motown music. I like the oldies and that. I like the old streets in Detroit, the way it used to look. How much of those streets are still on Michigan Avenue or some street going near downtown Detroit? How much of that is still there? Okay, all right. So I'm just saying, if I get a lot of money, you get more money. If you're already collecting royalties from Shenmue, or you're collecting, royalties from Tekken, Bandai Namco, or Inuyasha, if I get something, you're gonna get something. You might get more money than me. You see how this works? There's ways to work this out. If something's in it for me, something better is in it for you. Maybe because it might have to work out that way so I can live my life too. Because I don't want to suffer. I don't think I should suffer and just die because I'm nobody. No, I think I need to live my life too. Not saying that I'm thinking, you know, I don't want to say it like that. I don't want to say it like that, but I go through a lot of problems. I have a bad lifestyle. I need my own house. I have really strong needs for a better life. In other words, respectfully to the right people, I really have strong needs for a normal life, for a good life, for the right kind of life. I think I should be given the rights to learn Japanese, given the rights to get a job, maybe at Galba in Japan, or having a job with Sony, being an inventor for Sony, perhaps, uh, like that. Like, whoa, well, inventor, well, a job. I want to say a job. Okay, I don't want to get ahead of myself. So I think I should have a job for Sony, or a job for Team U, or some companies in the video game industry in Japan. I should be doing these things. So the degree I had ideas that were converted to patents. Now, these are not claimed patents in my prior learning assessment on my degree. That degree has to be represented. It's all over the world. Everybody in the world, or some people in all parts of the world, they know about my degree existing. They know about it. It has got to be respected in history. It has got to be reality. So I'm wanting this degree to be respected so I can have money that I need. I need to live my own life too. It's only right. Now, I'm not saying that people are so terrible in this community. I'm not saying you are terrible to begin with. I'm not saying anybody's a bad person here to begin with. I never was wanting to. I'm not saying that. I don't think people around me are bad people. The biggest problem is nobody's bad people in rear view. Nobody's a bad person in rear view. Everybody's a good person here. I do think we are. We all are. But what I'm really trying to say, and the reason I'm referencing Riverview, Michigan, because I'm living here, I'm RetroRusic81. You could find me on Google and search me, and it does sometimes make notable that I'm from Riverview, Michigan. Yes, so these claims, I'm trying to represent them correctly to get an attorney to work with. I want to work with a scoop and law firm. I don't want to make them angry. I don't want to make Joe Lucas angry. No. Now I need to say I did delete 2 or 3 previous videos that were live broadcasts, just like this one, but there's one difference between this one and the other 2 or 3 that I deleted. So those 2 or 3 videos that I deleted about 2 hours ago or so, they're live broadcasts like this one kind of. The difference is that there's too much offensive feelings coming out of me, and whatever it is, I never intend to offend a neighbor, an old friend, an old girlfriend. I had a few of them. I don't intend to offend anyone like that at all, ever, ever, ever. I don't intend to offend teachers, old teachers, newer teachers. I have no intentions to offend people, to make people more angry. I really, really am trying really, really hard to gain the acceptance of others in Riverview, Michigan. I'm trying really, really hard to make people well, I don't want to make you accept me, but I want you to accept me because I have got to live a life with purpose in it, a life that's happy. I have to live a life that makes me feel happy, that makes me feel like I belong, that makes me feel like I should be doing this for the right reasons and not the wrong reasons. I want to be, you know, respected for who I really am. So I do believe I need the opportunity to be this Suzuki guy or to get a job, or something has to give here. I think that I believe I'm deserving of this degree because what I'm saying, let me explain this. Firstly, I don't, okay, let's play it out like this. Maybe, and I don't know how the police, how the authorities are going to figure this out, the attorneys, but I do believe at the minimum, right now, I need to have somewhat expensive royalties. They have to be somewhat expensive, or they have to start out at a lower price. But the problem I'm having, if they're too low of price of royalties that I'm going to be given, this is the problem with that. I went through so many problems, 31, 34 years, all my life, to become this martial arts movie actor. I was trying to do this since age 14. Then it was not given or respected to me. There's some terrible miscommunication somehow. There's misunderstanding. I do believe there's like a misunderstanding here. People not understanding what I was trying to say, what the Dons didn't understand me to be like. So this is all the problem here, really, because there's a miscommunication. People are not understanding me at times. Well, there's like a lot of feelings and hormones and stuff going on, even in the changing room. So I just don't know what to do when I'm given this in this given situation. It's another dilemma that historically it needs to be dealt with the right way. It's not something that see, and I don't like to say the word historically. I don't, but that's the problem with Shenmue. You see, I need to have a normal life because I've been fighting like crazy every single day at times, and I'm still fighting like crazy at times for what I believe in. It's not an easy fight to go through, but it has to be done. I think it should be done. I think I should be respected for what I am and being who I am, the fair opportunity to do these things because I don't have nothing to live for. What do I have to live for? See, I want to live a long enough life and live on if I can. I want to survive, but if I don't even have a job, I can't get a job. See, this is, I don't want to be negative. I don't want to just say that, but see, this is like a problem. It's hard for me to get a job. I'm applying. And indeed, it's hard. It's hard when, I mean, see, this is why I take, for instance, knowing that this would be qualified as prior learning assessment from this martial arts document. It's a professional certification that, okay, so if I can get maybe this interpreted into credits, college credits, more, that can at the minimum give me like a Bachelor of Arts degree, that would help. But maybe, see, this is another way to understand this. I'm already like a video game developer here. I'm already a video game designer or developer. Like, I developed the story of Shenmue. I thought of the 70-man battle. I thought of the three-dimensional idea for Shenmue. I thought of more ideas. There's a lot of ideas. I mean, I don't know how to say them all right now, but it can be interpreted on television one day. So that's what I'm saying here. It has to be interpreted the right way on TV. I think it needs to be. See, let me explain this before I close in my broadcast here this morning. Now, okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Zuki1. Yes, and now going back on subject here. So what has been interpreted here is like, okay, it's like a, how to explain it. I'm getting tired. I got to go to bed soon. Uh, it's just, everything that I'm talking about overall. So that's why I'm given this the title of this video here, Shenmue III. Um, I think I'm going to be changing it to I made Shenmue special because that's maybe the problem in a way. I might be interpreted to I made Shenmue special, but I think I'm going to change it to this. I only, or I'm going to change it to this. We slash only I. Okay, how to do it? We, maybe it would be only I. See, this is what I'm saying. It's like hard to understand. And this is what I'm saying. Now, I don't want to say only. I'll just say we or I made, okay, it'd be we slash I, or it'd be we slash or I made Shenmue special. Now, I did hashtag 1995, but you see, in another way, okay, I think there might be reasons to believe this video game has been starting to be, this has been a like creation starting also even since 1993. At times, I kind of overheard what Sam Laturka was saying in class at the time. Now I don't know what became of him. I haven't seen him in a long time, but I found him on Facebook one time. I found him with a video at this newer restaurant called Hook and Reel. He's kind of talking about British card or something. Well, okay, like in Dearborn, Michigan, a lot of times people are paying for things with the British card. Okay, so it's a little funny to me in some ways, but I don't want to say anything. It's just kind of like, well, maybe the video is kind of like interpreted like it's like a funny video, like kind of, it's almost like a joke, and people are getting free money on the British card. Like how to explain this. I have some friends, and I don't want to offend these friends either. Let me explain too. Even for the people in my history, I don't know what's going to happen here with what I'm claiming, but in overall, in an over, in the most overall broader perspective here, how to explain it? I don't want to say overalls. Okay, it's just kind of silly. The whole picture, the picture as a whole, to understand the whole picture, in my perspective, really, what I'm trying to really say here is that it needs to be understood everything I'm talking about in some fine detail and given a lot of consideration for what I'm saying, really, because what I'm saying is really an honest interpretation here, too, for what really happened and about. Then there's all these, what I'm thinking, like, see, when everything is explained the way I explain it, and maybe the way somebody else might explain it, there's like how many dilemmas, probably like thousands of dilemmas. And I can understand that makes people have headaches and a little crazy or more crazy. So with all these dilemmas, it's like a hard math problem sometimes to figure out, and a really hard math problem. So, you know, math is a good subject, but sometimes it can be a harder subject too to understand the whole. It's like, take for instance, the algebra. Equations have like, you follow along, keep everything aligned, and you're trying to find a solution for X, for whatever it is. What's the solution? So what's the solution for my equation, for my math problem? So that's what I think of this whole situation is. It's like a really long equation in some ways, a few equations, but it's something to understand about this here, really, because see, you know, uh, it can be interpreted like that, but it can also be simplified more or less too, to not make it something so difficult to understand, really. If people can understand, simplicity more, and how I'm a simple-minded person sometimes, to just be more honest and straightforward. It's just sometimes people don't want to hear something straightforward. But this is why I say, um, I want everyone to understand that what I'm saying about Shenmue should be taken into real consideration because, you know, I think I'm worth it. And thank you everyone for following my YouTube channel. This is Retro Uzuki 81. And good morning.